Good morning, colleagues. A very warm welcome to the Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sports. Today is the 11th of October, and we are here to deliberate on the annual report of the Ministry and the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, or still the Department of Community Safety for now, and the Western Cape Liquor Authority, as well as the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. My name is Gillian Bosman, and I will chair this meeting. And I'm being assisted by C. Matthews, our procedural officer, and Ms. Mary Ann Burgess. We've also got support from our IT team. We do have one member joining us online. She's on her way in. She's in the back of a car, so she should be here in the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to ask that the members of the committee please introduce themselves, and then we'll go around to the government and ask them to introduce themselves.
Morning, Chair. I'm Gerrit Pretorius, member of the committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning. Ferdinand Christians, member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Deirdre Bartman, online, member of the committee. I had some car problems this morning, but I'll be joining you soonest.
Morning, Chair. My name is Rachel Van Vogel.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Provincial Minister and the department and members. My name is Mesuli Kama. I am an alternate member to the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayanda Barnes.
Just a note as well, we did receive an apology from member Aisha Kasim from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Just to note, members Bosman, Bartman, Pretorius, Christians and Barnes are the permanent members of this committee. I'm just noting it because Wasim typed it out here for me, because the members were supposed to introduce themselves with their alternate or permanent title, but Wasim has highlighted it here on my page that I should just mention it. I'll now hand over to, as Member Kama said, the Provincial Minister for Community Safety and Police Oversight.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Regan Allen.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. Yashina Pillay, the Head of Department.
Good morning, members and Chair. I'm David Kutsia. I'm the Chief Director for the Secretariat Safety and Security. And I just apologize for Amanda Dissel. She's on her way. She's also stuck in traffic.
Good morning, everyone. Mohammed Friesler, Department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Lindy Govender, Chief Director, Management Support.
Good morning, Chair and members. Gillian Lutz, Security Risk Management.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. I'm Oswald Reddy. I'm the Western Cape Police Ombudsman.
Good morning, Chair and members. Ronnie Kingwell, Chairman of the Western Cape Liquor Board.
Mr. George, do you mind just doing that again with the microphone on, please?
Okay. Chairperson, thank you very much, and to the members as well. Good morning. Simeon George with the Western Cape Liquor Authority. Thank you.
Morning, Western Cape Police Ombudsman, AST.
We will just need you to do that again, but just if you could just pop the microphone down a little. Thank you very much.
Western Cape Police Ombudsman, Investigator, stroke AST.
Morning, everyone. Abigail Lewis, Western Cape Police Ombudsman.
Morning, Chair and members. Fred Watkins, Security Risk Management.
Morning, Chair and members. Selwyn Adams, Western Cape Liquor Authority.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Geraldine Isaacs, Western Cape Police Ombudsman.
Good morning, Deirdre Foster, Western Cape Police Ombudsman.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Peggy Similani, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members and colleagues.
Hanari Marshall, Community Police Relations Directorate.
Good morning, Chair and members. Ansaf Mohammed, Strategic Services and Communications.
Thank you very much. We've covered everybody on that side. Shall we go to the corner?
Good morning, everybody. Melanie Jaffe. I'm with the Auditor General of South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. Nicole Benjamin with the Auditor General of South Africa.
Good morning, Chair and members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Good morning, Liesel Baron, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Thank you very much. Members, what we're going to do is we're going to allow the Minister and the HOD to make opening remarks, and then we will go into the presentation from the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. So the Ombudsman will start with opening remarks, and then we'll go into the presentation, and then we will go into the presentation from the Western Cape Liquor Authority. And depending on how we do for time, we might take a comfort break after that, and then come back and start the main report from the ministry. Is that okay with members? Minister HOD, I'll hand over to you, and then we'll hand over to General Reddy.
Chairperson, thank you so much for this opportunity. It was on the 22nd of April last year when I had an engagement with the Premier of 2022. On the 26th of April, in this very venue, in this building, I was then sworn in as the MEC or the Provincial Minister. During the financial year under review, it was very clear that based on the comments that the Premier made during his SOPA address, to ensure that we are able to ramp up our oversight, it must lead to better service delivery, and that ultimately speaks to our role of wanting to also be held accountable. So we are delighted to be appearing before the committee today. We look forward to the engagement, and I want to echo that when we consider ridding our communities of crime, cleaning our communities of crime, it ultimately commences by having a clear, a direct vision, policies in place, but also having clean audits to ensure that we can ultimately account to this committee, but also to the residents of the Western Cape, that funding that is allocated to our department will be spent in the best interest of residents. We have fostered valuable working relationships with the South African Police Service, with our CPFs, with our neighborhood watches, with the DPP's office, the prosecutions. We have had engagements and regular engagements with correctional services, our district safety summits, because we are wanting to ensure that the tagline of this department, safety is everyone's responsibility, knowing that we all have a different role, that everyone ultimately pull in the same direction. So I'm looking forward to the questions, to the comments, to the inputs, as we all in this house work towards making sure that the Western Cape is a safer province for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just from my side, it's clean audit outcomes all round. Our 15th consecutive clean audit outcome, which is unprecedented in the Western Cape government, but then also a clean audit outcome in relation to the Western Cape Liquor Authority and the Chrysalis Academy as well. We have achieved 90% of our annual performance plan targets, and then we have spent 98.9% of our budget. We performed beyond our oversight role. We have worked closely with the SAPs as it relates to oversight, but then also on an operational level as well. We've also worked closely with our municipal safety partners and community partners, including neighborhood watches and CPFs, which we will display to you this morning. Just in terms of the way forward as well, our focus has been on the deliverables of the Western Cape Safety Plan, but then also ensuring we facilitate and capacitate support to municipalities, CPFs, neighborhood watches to create a safer province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now then hand over to General Reddy, who will lead us into the presentation on the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. So that is this publication.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Once again, let me greet the Chair and all the honourable members who are present, the Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety, the HOD, and all the other dignitaries who are present. It's an honor for me to be here today. It's my first engagement and interaction with the committee since taking office. Maybe just in a sentence or two about something about myself before I go into the presentation. I used to be a police officer for just over 39 years, out of school straight into the police. And I held the rank of Major General for 19 years of that 39 years. It's now 2 years that I'm in office, and I think it's members of this committee who are actually responsible for my appointment. And I'm delighted, therefore, to present the 2022-2023 annual performance report of the WCPO in terms of the Western Cape Community Safety Act 2013, Section 13.1, read with our regulations of 2020, Section 16.1. After I took office, I developed a 5-year strategic direction for the office. And during the course of last year, from the 11th to the 13th of May, I had an internal consultation with the personnel, and Minister Allen also attended to give us his expectations from the office, just trying to chart a course in terms of the way forward for the office and my tenure, which is the 5-year non-renewable contract. So that was an internal, the Unsidle Foundation and the Institute for Security Studies assisted us, and they facilitated that session for us. I then had a external consultation, and here it was a strategic planning stakeholder engagement, where we invited all the key role players that operate in this space, which included the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, the Department of Community Oversight, as it was known back then, CPFs, SAPS, Metro Police, the Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, etc. And one of the critical questions that I posed during that session was, is there a need for the Western Cape Police Ombudsman? And if so, we needed to engage in a discussion around the role, responsibilities, functions, and duties of the office and the impact of the office. So the 5-year strategic direction was linked to the annual performance report. And on a yearly basis, I will provide an update as to how far we have come in terms of that strategic direction. In terms of the history and the need for the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, it's now in existence for 9 years. And as would be well known by the committee, we're the first and the only police ombudsman in South Africa. And it was established as a result of the concerns, complaints, and cries of the people within the province relating to service delivery, which was poor, and a breakdown in relations. That in 2012 resulted in the establishment of the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry. That commission then led to the Western Cape Police, the Western Cape Community Safety Act being promulgated. And in 2014, the Western Cape Police Ombudsman's Office was established officially. The first ombudsman was Advocate Vusi Piccoli. And when he completed, I think it was just over 2 years that he was there, the second ombudsman was Major General Brandt, who was actually the cluster commander of Khayelitsha, and then I am the third ombudsman. So in answer to that question, we looked at the perceptions and we looked at the surveys that existed. And one of the things we looked at, when you are asked a question, you normally provide an answer. But when I ask the question, I answer the question with a question. And the question to whether there's a need for our office was based on the question, has service delivery to the people of the Western Cape by the police improved? Is there an improvement? Is it better? And when we went through the various literature and surveys that are available, the answer was no. The trust in the police has reached an all-time low by the year 2021. And this was the perceptions survey index that was done by the Human Sciences Research Council. And they found in 2021 that the trust in the police in South Africa was at 27%. Further and more alarming was that the trust in the police in the Western Cape was at 22%. So if we look at what this office has done in the past 9 years, and we'll get to that later in the presentation, we've handled more than 4,000 complaints. So there's definitely a need for the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. I also engaged in a perception survey because I didn't have a baseline to work on. So when we went through to the various PNP sessions with Minister Regan Allen and his team, they gave us an opportunity to address the communities. And we had 2 surveys that we did. The first one related to the 8 Batupele principles and how did people feel about that on a scale of 1 to 5. And the second related to our office, the Western Cape Police Ombudsman. Do people know about us? Have they engaged with us? Are our services effective? What was the interaction and engagement with us? That's also part of the report in relation to the findings. The approach that I wanted to use in my term in office, based on the vision of the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, the mission, and the motto, including our values as well, is what is known as the procedural justice approach. And in the Khayelitsha Commission report, recommendation number 2 was that there should be a procedural justice approach to addressing the challenges. So that's what I've adopted. And that is based on 4 pillars. There's more about it in the report, but just a high-level overview. The first pillar relates to voice, giving the people of this province an opportunity to speak out and address their concerns relating to service delivery. Secondly, it was neutrality and ensuring that we are apolitical and that we serve independently. The third one related to respect, that we show respect, whether it's a police officer dealing with a victim of domestic violence or dealing with a homeless person, they should show respect to the individual. And the 4th pillar relates directly to trustworthiness. That when people start to trust the police, the level of service delivery will improve and people will feel more satisfied. Before I go to the vision and the mission, maybe the last point on some of the powers that we lack as an office, which are currently in draft format for the amendment of the Western Cape Community Safety Act, Firstly is that we, as an office, do not have own initiative powers. So if something happens out there, we have to wait for a complaint to be lodged with our office in order for us to investigate the matter. So that's in the so-called pipeline to be addressed. The second issue relates to no post-monitoring powers. So our recommendations are submitted to the SAPS and the Metro Police, but we cannot monitor them in terms of implementation of our recommendations. And the third one is we don't have coercive or enforcement powers. So that's where the standing committee, where we are today, play a vital role, in fact, both on the second and the third one, because in terms of the amended regulations of 2020, the Office of the Ombudsman provides quarterly reports to this committee on all our substantiated findings, where we've given SAPS recommendations to address. And this committee then has the power to summon the provincial commissioner and his senior management to give an account on any of the investigations that we have conducted. I think if I could stop there for now. Okay. Yeah.
Is that the presentation and the opening remarks?
Yes, I've dealt with the forward of the report, the opening remarks and the forward.
Perfect. So members, what we will now do is I'm going to table the entire report as is. And then I will ask members to be very kind to Major General already. It's his first time here. So let's show him some mercy. But you are welcome to then address your questions. If you can, please, as far as possible, reference it to a page to allow colleagues to just find the information as well. I see Member Barnes, do I see your hand? I thought you were going for the microphone, so I see Member Barnes, Member Pretorius, Member Kama, and then Member Krishna.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the spirit of kindness, Chairperson, I'm just going to ask 3 questions. I won't be heard today. But also, Chair, the report from the Ombudsman has provided comprehensive information that requires thorough examination. Therefore, I kindly request your understanding and willingness also to grant us time to address our inquiries, although I'm going to be very kind. Chair, the findings on the systemic investigations shared on page 75 of the annual report, I just have 1 or 2 questions on that. If the officials can clarify whether the Office of the Ombudsman is considered as a program or a separate entity within the department. The reason I'm asking this question is because of the Ombudsman has its own strategic plan and submits its annual report independently. In my opinion, along with the Liquor Authority and LEAP program, all these entities should appear before the committee to provide both quarterly and annual reports. Could the department provide clarification for us on this matter? Secondly, what were the weaknesses identified in the SWOT analysis during the 2022 strategic post-parade on what progress has been made to address them, as stated on page 9 of the Ombudsman annual report? My third question, Chair, is also on page 9 on the Ombudsman report. It stated that the Ombud conducted investigation, 1 on alleged failure by SAPS to close down drug houses in the Western Cape, 2 alleged failure by SAPS to address the number of kidnapping and extortion cases in the Western Cape. I would like to pose the following questions today. Can the officials provide a breakdown of the 520 complaints, including what were the main issue on concerns raised in these complaints? What progress has been made in finalizing the 119 complaints that were yet to be finalized by the year end? and what actions were taken in response to these complaints? Chair, I'm going to pose my last question. My last question will be on page 14 of the Ombuds report. It is stated that the Western Cape CPO has the authority to investigate complaints relating to allegations of service delivery inefficiencies. These allegations encompass poor communication, investigation, and response, as well as abuse of power, including unlawful arrest and intimidation of members of the public. I understand, Chair, that other law enforcement agencies such as LEAP and Metropolis may also commit the aforementioned transgressions. So where can these incidents be reported, and why is the Ombuds not investigating them? How can we improve legislation to enable such investigations? Chair, that is really now my last question. On page 54 of the report, the recommendations following the findings on the complaint filed by the Premier on corrupt relations between SAPS and gangs in the province were given. What progress has been made in terms of the implementation of these recommendations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I realized that was a mouthful, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to stop there, allow a response, and then we'll go over to the next question, because that was 5 questions. But I just want to confirm with you, Member Barnes, your first question was in relation to page 75 of the main departmental annual report. Okay, but that question was for the department, though, not for the Ombudsman, was it? So do you mind if we hold that question, when we get to the department, they answer that? Or do you want a specific opinion from the Ombudsman?
Yeah, because it's relating to the Ombudsman, that's why I've asked it here. It's speaking directly to the Ombudsman. It is from the department, but I don't mind waiting. If they can answer now, why not? But it's relating to the Ombudsman.
Okay. I'll hand over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Western Cape Police Ombudsman is uniquely placed in that, although it's a separate entity, it does not enjoy the powers of, for example, a Chapter 9 institution, and from the national constitution. So it falls within the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety in relation to the administration and finance and human resources, etc. So largely the support environment, it resorts under the Department of Community Safety. It's the program 3.2 that speaks specifically to that. But the office is independent. I'm a contracted employee. I'm not a government employee, but the personnel are government employees. So we are sort of uniquely structured in relation to that. The Minister and HOD maybe later when they are addressing the matter can also shed some light on that. But largely just for admin and support, we are linked directly to the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. So in the second one, in relation to the weaknesses, we allowed the staff to provide us their concerns and their challenges, and we then put an implementation plan in place to address the concerns that they have. Many of the concerns that were raised by them are related to the opportunities within the office. The structure of the office is such that there's limited mobility and opportunities for advancement or progress. So you come into the organization as, for example, an investigator, and you remain an investigator. We have 2 assistant directors. That's the next level. So some of them who have been in the organization for maybe 8 of the 9 years that it is in existence are still at the same level. So there are discussions that we've had with the minister and with the HOD to look at, in this modernization framework that the Western Cape government is busy with at the moment, how do we repurpose and how do we refocus the office so that we create opportunities for mobility, whether it's a promotion in rank, with a rank structure within the organization, for example, from an investigator to a senior investigator or a chief investigator. So there's options, but then there has to be a salary link to that. But at this stage, it's still in discussion. And some of the other issues were relating to the parking, for example, within the building. Now it's limited and there's very little that we could do about it because the parking is allocated by the company that runs the buildings. So that was one of the challenges that's still in the pipeline that we're dealing with. There were discussions about possibly relocation of the office, but we put it in abeyance because during that session, the personnel felt that in order for our independence to be maintained and for the public to, look at us that we're not part of government per se, that we should rather remain in that building. And even if there was a relocation, the parking wouldn't have been resolved. The problem would still exist. So those are two of the points that I could think of offhand. Overall, on the strengths, they were happy with the salary and the perks that they receive on joining, and also the benefits that they enjoy, the leave, sick leave, etc., etc. The next question that relates to the 520 complaints. Now, there were 119, as pointed out by the honourable member, that were outstanding at the end of the financial year. Now, our turnaround time currently in relation to our standard operating procedure is 90 days. So as a result of that, they will always be outstanding because of the 90-day period. And those 119 have been dealt with and they have been finalized in the interim. But the due process that follows, when a complaint comes in, it is an intake committee that would look at the complaint to see whether it falls within our mandate or not. We receive a lot more complaints. People see ombudsman and they think we are banking ombudsman, insurance ombudsman, health ombudsman, etc. So we do a lot of referrals of our complaints to the appropriate and relevant departments. When they come through with complaints of a criminal nature, we then have a close working relationship with IPID, and we refer the complaints to IPID, and IPID then deals with those. In the report, we give a breakdown on which police stations contributed and the nature of the complaints. I just want to get to that page so that we can. That starts from page 24. It shows you the different quarters when these complaints were received and how they were dealt with. And specifically on page 28, there's a breakdown of those complaints. The categories is inquiries. Yeah, people just want information from us. They're not sure where to go or what to do, and we then assist them. The next one is a general complaint where there isn't a specific category that we can allocate it to. Then mostly it's lack of communication, where people, a person might have opened a case and they got no feedback from the police about what happened there. Poor communication. This is quite a number of them in terms of how the people are treated, and also that the police do not come out in time, etc. The next one is poor investigation, where many of the complaints relate to the complainant seeing the suspect, for example, walking around, and wants to know why is the suspect not arrested? Why is he or she walking around without being arrested? Then the poor response. If the members of the community call the police and they either do not turn up or they take too long to turn up, that also is another challenge that we experience in the province. Unacceptable behavior largely relates to how the police conduct themselves when they are carrying out their duties. Many times there's no respect for individuals, and the principle that people are innocent before being proven guilty, unfortunately, sometimes is overlooked, and a suspect is treated as though is already guilty. So that's where that comes in. We then deal with those kind of poor administration is very few, but it's largely not within our domain in relation to resources, etc., unless there's a service delivery inefficiency link to it. For example, if there was no vehicle to attend to a complaint, then we would look into that. So that was the broad overview in terms of the complaints there. The stations that have the most complaints reported, Mitchell's Plain seems to be leading, and I don't view the complaints reported to us in a negative light. For me, it is about making our presence known, making the office aware in the community, and so I don't draw any negative inference when I receive complaints. I appreciate it because it means that people are becoming more and more aware of us. Many times when we engage these meetings with the Minister, Alan and his team, we find that people are quite excited to learn about the office. So we have attempted to expand our footprint to the entire province, including the rural areas as well, but there's still more that we can do relating to that. The SAP's closure of the drug houses. On this investigation, out of the total number that were reported, I just want to try and find the place so that the total number that were reported, known drug houses, was 1,577 on page 53 under the recommendations. And the SAPS, as at the 31st of March last year, only closed 118. So part of the recommendation was that they continue addressing those outstanding complaints, and we then sent through a report to them. The minister has the quarterly meetings with me just to look at how far our investigations are progressing and what have we done, and how can his office assist. He has also submitted a report to the Provincial Commissioner that he must provide regular feedback and updates to him. Because we do not have post-monitoring powers, it's difficult for us to say exactly where the SAP stand currently on this. If there's any request that I would like to make to the committee, is that in the next engagement with the Provincial Commissioner, if at all possible, to try and get a response to this. And that will help us as well to understand that they are actually addressing. This is a key crime generator in this province. If you want to deal with crime, stabilize, reduce, and normalize, you have to focus on addressing these drug houses. And that's what we highlighted to the Provincial Commissioner. In terms of the kidnappings and extortion, yeah, we made a number of recommendations, and what we found was that at that time when we conducted the investigation, the SEPs had a draft anti-corruption strategy and a draft SOP. So we highlighted that they should finalize that as soon as possible, because our findings were that there was an escalation and an increase in the number of kidnappings and extortions throughout the province, specifically in the townships with the so-called Boko Haram and other gangs that are operating in the nightclub industry, in the construction industry. It was quite widespread, even in the transport industry, with the taxis and the buses, etc. So we made a number of recommendations on that the SEPs consider a public reassurance strategy, because people are concerned. You're sitting in a taxi or in a bus, and the next thing the bus is stoned or is shot at, and we ask that they must actually highlight to the community what they are doing to address these type of challenges, so that the people have more confidence in the police in this province. The stakeholder engagement strategy, they have all the key role players on board. The Department of Police Oversight is also part of that structure, and they meet on a regular basis where they address the challenges there. We also ask them to look at more vigorously dealing with asset forfeiture. When you're dealing with criminals, they're in it for the money. So if you want to neutralize a criminal, you take everything that they have. And that was a part of the recommendation. We asked them to include the receiver of revenue and the asset forfeiture unit in the engagements. We also asked them to engage local CPFs and the local communities and neighborhood watches, etc., to identify these gangs that are operating, and also to bring in the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the Somalian associations, etc. Because what we found is people are too afraid to come forward and speak, because they are being killed and it's a challenge to them. So the recommendation also included that SEPs must allocate more resources to, there is a task team that handles this crimes. It's led by Brigadier Mkabile of the organized crime component. But although they indicated to us that they have sufficient resources, my experience informed me that they actually need to be beefed up in order to be more effective, and also to look at proactive measures on how to address it. So they've established a extortion and kidnapping hotline, which is operational on a 24-hour basis, where people can phone it. The next one related to the Premier's report no, the last one was a Premier's report. The service delivery inefficiencies that you spoke about, that was page 14. Let me just see. The powers that we have relate to the SAPS and the Cape Town Metro Police Department. We unfortunately do not have any powers over the LEAP, the law enforcement, or the traffic department. So that's outside of our domain. However, what we do is we have a close working relationship with the management of those organizations, and we have the city ombudsman in Cape Town. So we refer complaints that come against either of these people to that appropriate forum so that it can be investigated. But our office do not have any mandate over those institutions. The last one related to the Premier's complaint, the page 54. Yeah, we made basically 4 main recommendations on this, and the first one, we indicated to the Premier that in terms of the national constitution and the provincial constitution and the Police Act, the Premier has the power to summon the provincial commissioner to account for this issue. The matter was a bail hearing and not a trial. So it was a bail hearing in a matter that's currently on the court roll. So it was largely sub judice, and we could not access much information because of the sensitivity and the number of people that were killed by these gangs and the criminals. So the first one was that the Premier himself summon the provincial commissioner and get an explanation from him. The second one related to the criminal case being opened and investigated by IPID. So that was, I had a meeting with the executive director of IPID, and we handed over some of the information that we had, and they assigned a senior investigating officer to look at the criminal aspect relating to this investigation. The third matter related to what is called an OCTA. It's an organized crime threat analysis. Yeah, I dealt with the head of Hawks, the Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, Lieutenant General Dr. Livia, and I asked him to look at the matter holistically because the complaints ranged from the senior management of the SAPS right down to the junior level, that they needed to look at an OCTA so that they can use the POCA Act to deal with those that are implicated. And the last one related to the internal disciplinary processes of the SAPS, that they have what they call an expeditious process, that when serious offenses occur and allegations surface, the senior management, the National Commissioner of the Police, has the power to invoke this expeditious procedure in order to make an adverse finding against a police officer, which can include dismissal from the police. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, General. We go back some time. George, and your role in the Southern Cape. And I'm pleased to share with everybody here that you've left a lasting legacy in George. Thank you for that. Chair, I've been largely covered, but I have one easy question, and then Lara, I think what may sound like a politically charged question, but it's not. First question, General. The report clearly sets out your powers and the procedures and everything, which is fine. First question is, may you, as Ombudsman, initiate your own investigations. In other words, you are not receiving a complaint as such, but you see or have seen something happening and you initiate your own investigation. If I may just get a response to that. And then secondly, and this is where it gets a bit more difficult, and again, the report addresses it in as far as your reporting goes, or the Ombudsman's reporting goes to the minister, and the minister then reports to the national minister. Where does the buck stop? If there's no response or an unsatisfactory response to what you have presented to the provincial minister, what recourse is there? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we go over to Member Christians as well? Yeah. Member Pretorius was a lot shorter than Member Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask the following questions? Thank you. I know that issue of the investigating powers, that is the one that they want to change the, that you can investigate to change the Western Cape, what's it, Police Act, Western Cape Community Service Act, to change that to have powers. We had that discussion before, so I know that is still in the loop, it's in the pipeline. But the questions that I have is complaints. You know, I see the complaints decreased, with about, I think 200 from 2020 to 2019, about 200 the complaints decrease. Can the general tell us why that reduction in that? But also, when I look at that, then I also look at your investigators. How many cases per investigator? Is it a work overload? We always complain about detectives having too much work, about your investigators. Because I can tell you now that I have spoken to Minister Allen before. I've submitted complaints. I've never got, I've mentioned it to him already. I submitted complaints because as a member of this committee, we can submit complaints. I've never got any feedback. I think 2 or 3 complaints. I forgot about them. I just thought about them when I thought you will then be in front of the committee. But I myself submitted, go through all that processes, submit the complaints, and nothing gets done. So I don't know if that is what a member receives. I don't know what the public receives. So that is if you treat a member like that, so that for me is not, it doesn't go well, down well. So that's why I'm asking about the cases, because if you look at you've got 2 assistant directors, and then you have investigators. So most probably your assistant directors oversee and delegate, and those, I don't know if they investigate, but if you look at it, then it's a small component. And if you look at it, if you only have 4 investigators, it's about 10 per case per month. If you divide it, you can help me on that. You can help me on that, just to look at that. And maybe just the other thing, there was a big thing, you know, I think somebody mentioned about the Premier, about this judgment, and we all thought something's going to happen. But now I see, you know, it's what's given to you. But I mean, there's almost nothing, and I see the recommendation, but there's almost nothing that the Ombudsman could do. And now we still have this problem about police still involved with gangs and all of these type of things. So I don't know. I don't know. It was big in the media, but like I say, nothing came of it. And you've made the recommendations. I don't know if anything is going to happen concerning this. I just wanted to mention that. Maybe it was just my last question. You said in your intro also, and it's in here, that the trust with community and police were 24%, something like that, 22, 24%. What is your contribution to regain that trust? And what, if you've done any surveys to see, did that trust, do they trust you as a ombudsman? And did you see that levels of trust increase? Chair, I'm gonna leave it there with the last question. There's a lot of questions, but I don't want to take up too much time. But maybe just the just the last question that I think it's important. We always spoke about when this when the ombudsman appears, we always talk about the marketing, and I know they did a lot, and it's on page 74. Do people now know about the Office of Ombudsman? Because I know it's here, you've done the radio interviews and all of those, and I see all your activity report. I see you were only one time in America. Did you learn from that, from the Americas overseas? I went through your activity report, but the marketing of the ombudsman, is it out there? Do people know about the ombudsman? And there's a lot of problems that you said that you do not have post-bonding power. I'm not going to go into all of that, but at least somebody's got somebody to call, and like you said, you can direct him. I put onto the law enforcement if it's not in your domain. But do the people know, and did this make a difference? Thank you, Chair. I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you very much. Member Kama. Just remembering that Member Barnes is the permanent member, and the privileges extended to her doesn't automatically extend to you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thanks to Major General Reddy for the presentation and responses that have been provided so far. Chair, one question that I think I should first ask to the department is that, you know, I'm getting worried, Chair, because the challenges that we receive from the office of the Ombud, because, you know, at some point, Major General Reddy sounded like General Brandt saying the same thing in terms of the challenges they have, whether it's your staff and the complaints from the staff members also about upward mobility in the department and all those things. They're the same, and I wonder whether is there anything that the department is doing to change that environment? You know, because they find themselves in this situation where they are an entity of the department. They are somewhere outside and inside the department, you know, and it does not sit well really with some of us as the committee members. But one thing that I want to ask, because it came out from the remarks that the general was making earlier, around the challenge of not having enforcement powers in terms of their recommendations, and I was wondering if the general can perhaps elaborate on that, and because the thinking that I'm having now is that won't we go to an extent of bordering on duplicating what should be the function of IPID, and understanding that what is the mandate and the role of this entity, which is the Ombud. The other question that I have, Chair, which is concerns that we have always raised. I understand why Member Christian is so frustrated in front of me, because some of these things really they make huge headlines in the media, but when we get here where it matters the most, they're just nothing. And I want to really ask this question on the question I think Member Barnes asked around the independence of the office. There is a concern in public, and there is a concern from some of us as members of this committee that to some extent this office, in our eyes, we just see it at times as an office that is used by the government itself to advance its own narratives about the South African Police Service. And I think, Chair, on a lighter note is in that regard that you know, one of those member Pretorians who were not happy. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this. We're not happy when Major General Reddy was to be appointed into this office, understanding his contribution to the service at the cluster there where you stay. We thought it's a loss to the police service because we had interactions with him where he was giving, you know, presenting himself as a cop who really understands the work of SAPS. But I just said that is on a later note. But we want to understand really the impartiality of this office, because on this drug-related, for example, investigation, SAPS itself had a lot of complaints. It was paraded on the media. There are 1,500 and so drug houses. And the first comment SAPS was providing was that this is raised as if we are not doing anything, when most of these houses are identified as drug houses because of police action. We would have, there's been a complaint and we realize that there's been a drug activity in this house, then we say this is a drug house. But your investigation does not say anything around how does the department itself, was any entity of the department, how does the government itself, how does the city itself assist in the closure of these houses? Because SAPS says some of these houses are council property. And we're not hearing anything as to what is provincial government doing or the city doing to assist SAPS in closing these drug houses. And it's not there in your reports. And the other question that I have, Chair, in that regard with this investigation around drug houses, is I see there's a recommendation that there was a recommendation that there must be a summit that is held by DSD and the department. But I don't get a sense of what should other law enforcement agencies, what should be their role in addressing this. And the last one that I want to ask in this, Chair, which is my last question on the Ombud, is that concerning recommendation 2, which is discussed on page 60, I think, to 62, and it deals mainly with the role of the state in dealing with extortion, including the role of local government, as well as treating extortion as a social phenomenon, which requires a set of responses that take into consideration the need to address a comprehensive and equitable socio-economic development plan. You know, I'm happy that there's this remark that is made by the Ombud, but it's what we have said for all these years, that yes, SAPS has a responsibility in terms of its mandate as envisaged in the Constitution. But how do we deal with the social aspect of this? Now, how is the department emanating from the investigation, or I mean the office of the Ombud, emanating from the investigation? How are you ensuring that the provincial government is going to be held accountable in terms of ensuring that there is a socio-economic development plan? Because as you say, these criminals mostly are coming from a certain social setup in our constituencies, and we want to see a response in that, so that it assists SAPS in its mandate of law enforcement. Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Oh, no, sir. You said thank you very much. I have to go over to Member Van Vogel.
Can I get another round on the last question?
No, we'll go over to Member Van Vogel.
No, that's fine. I'll keep it for later.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is very short, Chair. My question to the General is on page, let's say 17, under organizational structure. I just want to check with the General, what are the causes for the 4 vacancies and how long have these positions remained unfilled, and how have these vacancies affected the functioning of the office? I'm not trying to give an answer to Member Christian, General, to use that as an excuse for not dealing with the complaints received or sent by him. Then secondly, Chair, on page 50, or let's say lastly, on page 50, of the Amber's report shows an overspending of 290,000 on goods and services. What are the reasons for this overspending, and what goods and services were these? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Kama, you're given a bit of grace period there by Member Van Vogel, so go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It's on the question of, because responding to Member Ban's question around this holding the city's law enforcement officers, and the General was saying the office does not have a mandate, of which we agree with. But I just want to get from you, General, because this government in 2029 committed over 1 billion rand for the LEAP program. And the intention was clear that there is a vision of trying to reduce or to halve the murder rate by 2029. You know, and you are an entity of this government, and this office, which is this department, leads that safety plan where this LEAP office program, LEAP program comes from. Now, don't you think that there is a need for us to reconsider the powers that we have, so that at least you are able to investigate in as far as we also spend, because this was said to be a false multiplier for the efforts of SAPS, and it should be part of the work that you are mandated to investigate in terms of the service delivery in that environment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just for clarity, I assume you mean 2019 and not 2029.
2019.
Okay, so not 2029.
No, 2029 was the last year in terms of the 10-year period, yes.
I'm just double checking. Just to round off that set of questions, in terms of additional powers, if you had those additional powers, how would the recommendation on page 65, sort of one of the cases that I found the most interesting, how would that recommendation be different? Because I'm looking at that, and if I was the complainant, I would certainly not be happy with the outcome if I've lost my job due to incompetence on the side of SAPS. And then, already, if you could perhaps just expand a bit more on what this committee can do to enhance the work of the Ombudsman. So besides just getting the quarterly reports, how do you see us interrogating those reports, and then also acting as, until the legislation changes, that accountability measure or boundary with the South African Police Service? So for this round, the General will answer, and the Minister's also indicated that after the General's answered, he's also got some inputs to make as well. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm here with the team, so I will answer some of them, and before my time, some of these questions I may not be able to answer. I'll ask the office, the head of office, or the investigators to assist there. Okay, that's Honourable Pretorius. Yeah, the initiative for own investigations. Unfortunately, at this stage, the office does not have that. We do not have that mandate. So if I see something in the media, there's basically nothing we can do. It's for information, and we have to wait for a complaint to be formally lodged before we can actually investigate it. So that has been taken up with the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. I think Amanda Dissel is here. She and I met when I started in the office 2 years ago, and we had a discussion around it. So there is a plan to amend the Western Cape Community Safety Act to include own initiative investigations. So that will go through this committee, and you then can give me those powers that I'm looking for. Thank you. And the second issue related to no or unsatisfactory response. This is a challenge. You know, if you look at the role of ombudsman and, you know, the history and the makeup of ombudsman in any field, very few of them have coercive or directive powers. Majority of them have recommendations that they make. So the reliance is on mutual cooperation, goodwill, and good governance, the respect for the rule of law, etc. That whoever these recommendations are given to would then look at their benefit and value and implement them. The challenge is that whoever is in the position to implement them can actually just leave them aside, and there's very little that we can do in relation to that. Unlike the public protector, if the public protector's recommendation is not implemented, the public protector has a recourse through the courts, etc. So at this stage, because we don't have post-monitoring powers, we don't know whether our recommendations have been implemented or not, and that creates a bit of a challenge. We have initiated a quarterly meeting with the Divisional Commissioner of Inspectorate of the SAPS, that is Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs, where we highlight the very report we give to our Minister, Minister Allen. We then share with him the report that we sent through to this committee. We share with him, and he has been largely assisting to facilitate the implementation of our recommendations. Because when he goes through the investigative report, he finds that there's sufficient grounds for implementation. But that is a challenge. Member Christians, the complaints that were lodged by you, unfortunately, it's the first time I hear of it. I'm not aware of that. I will look at the. Okay. My head of office, Deirdre, will respond to that. Thank you. And maybe the next one regarding the decrease of the complaints from 2019 by 200.
Morning, honourable member. Member questions. If I don't know if you can recall the interaction with our office, but we then requested, it was a joint complaint because it was highly publicised. It was a Steenberg complaint, and then Councillor Peterson, Marita Peterson, also complained, and so it was a joint complaint between yourself and Marita Peterson. We could not get our complaint form completed, which is why I then completed the complaint form and then had the relevant signatories. So we used the basis of the media article to substantiate the complaint, and then we got the relevant signatories to sign off on it, just to make the process a bit easier, because I do understand it's cumbersome and people don't always want to complete forms. So that's what we done. That investigation, then the contact point was then Councillor Peterson. And we provided the outcomes to Provincial Commissioner as well as Councillor Peterson, and our outcome was substantiated and the recommendations were sent to Councillor Peterson. So I hope that covers us. And then if I can continue to the decrease in complaints. So during the time when General Brandt left the office, we were without an ombudsman. And it was really difficult to make decisions based on the budget because we weren't sure when the new ombudsman was going to be appointed. So we did not advertise as much as we ordinarily would have. So initially it was the drop in complaints, I believe, and this is just a personal analysis, was due to less advertising that financial year. And then secondly, we were just coming out of, and now you must just bear with me now, when things got back to normal after COVID, there was a decrease in walk-in complainants over that time. So we did see a significant drop in complaints, and then it's slowly picking up again. It picked up the following year again. So those are just two of the tangible reasons I could see for the drop in complaints. Okay, so Councillor, yeah, it was just one of our colleagues also just double checked to make sure on the previous matter, Honourable Christians, that Councillor Peterson was informed. So we just want to allay the concern that we take all our complaints very seriously and we would not drop the ball on you, sir. So thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Honourable Christians, I also want to give you the reassurance that in future we will provide feedback directly to you and any of the honourable members of the House. The Act has been, or specifically the regulations, have been promulgated in such a manner that it provides a onus on you as public representatives to raise these issues with our office. And if that was a shortfall in oversight, our apology for that. In future, we will provide feedback to the relevant parties. In terms of the caseload per investigating officer, you correctly assessed the numbers. At this stage, the 5 investigators in the office, there are 3 investigators and 2 senior investigators. Each of them are allocated cases for investigation because of the shortages that we have. So the workload is manageable in relation to the number of cases that they've received, because on average it's about 10 in a month. The 2 ASDs, the seniors, actually do oversee the other investigating officers and provide guidance, etc. But our investigations are largely dependent on cooperation with the SAPs and the Metro Police, because they are the holders of the information we require to carry out our investigations. So when we send our requests through, we notify them of that we have received a complaint. So we'll ask for example, a copy of the docket or any other information. And that is a bit of time-consuming effort. But at this stage, we have dealt with the vacancies. I know it's another question coming up, and I'll address it there. But I believe in terms of the workload and the guidance provided by myself, the head of office, and the 2 investigators, they have been coping to a large extent with the workload. I just want to see where. The next issue, as I was writing, I might have missed a page here, and I just want to see. Okay, the issue relating to the media and the publication of investigations, and even after the investigation by our office, There's continued involvement with the police, with criminals, and nothing came of it. Yeah, again, it's a challenge when you don't have coercive powers. You cannot instruct. So when we provide this information in the public domain, it also serves as a measuring stick and provides a responsibility on the SAPs to actually do something about it, so that we can encourage the communities to come forward and report these corrupt elements. The Ombudsman, unfortunately, cannot deal with that issue, but there are appropriate channels where that information can be submitted to. For example, in one of the matters not related to this, we refer the matter to the public protector. We met with the public protector, and now it's a joint investigation between the two of us. We ultimately want to ensure that those criminal elements within the police, they need to be brought to book. But as the information comes to our attention, we then provide it to. We have to unfortunately go back to the police and highlight it to them. The other two channels that we rely on as the Ombudsman, firstly is this committee, because you have the oversight function in terms of law, and then the Minister of Community Safety, Police Oversight and Community Safety, where we take up specific issues. As I indicated earlier, I meet quarterly with the Minister and just highlight if there's a concern or specific issues. It's the first time that I'm appearing before this committee, and if I'm invited in future for specific matters, I would avail myself so that we keep you in the loop in terms of the progress, that there's no cover-up. There's nothing swept under the carpet at the end of the day, that we do the best we can in relation to whatever investigation we're dealing with. The issue of trust, our office, when I started, the question that I asked, is there relevance for our office? And I asked it to the staff as well. And they were not sure where I was coming from and why was I asking this. After 39 years of service in the police, I technically would have been on retirement. And it wasn't necessary for me to look for alternative employment. I want to provide a service to the nation and offer the experience and expertise that I have to the people of this province specifically. And therefore, I wanted to know, is the office making a difference? And if yes, how do you know that? And I couldn't get concrete information around it. Therefore, I initiated that survey. Regarding Batupele, with the 8 principles, I added 2 more. I added trust, and I added trust and confidence in the police on that. And then we published the results in here. So I used that as a baseline because I did it immediately when I came into office. And that will then guide me going forward. I've had a discussion with Ms. Amanda Dessel again regarding this. They are within the research component to assist us so that we can tailor and amend and adjust the instrument that we administer for the surveys that speaks directly on our effectiveness and our efficiency, etc. So that's in the pipeline, and in our future reports to this House, we would be able to provide further information on that. We try and include a broad sample size for accuracy. The marketing issue, it is a challenge because we need to look at the people that live in our province and how do we get to them. So there are various mechanisms that we use, and as was mentioned by one of the honorable members, that We do a lot of media advertising, etc. And there's always cost issues when you want to deal with public engagements. So in order for my office to try and save some cost, I usually piggyback on the minister's program. As he goes out, he has all the key role players present, so I then make the office known there. But we have been dealing with communities independently as well. For example, the chairperson of the Bishop Lavis CPF invited me to come and address them and their communities. And we've done that. We have a follow-up with him. I've also been invited by Mitchell's Plain. We're still in the process of dealing with that. At the end of the day, or the end of my term, what I would like to see is that the footprint of the ombudsman is throughout the province. Whether it's a person who lives on a farm in a rural area, or somebody who lives in an informal settlement, or wherever, that they have access to the services that we offer, and that we offer it in the best manner that they are able to access it. So at this stage, we use walk-ins, as was mentioned by our head of office earlier. People come into our office and they complete the forms. We then also have telephonic complaints. We receive them, and one of our staff members will complete the forms and engage. Then we use our website. Many of our complaints are received via the website. And we also have a fax available that people send to some old school that would use fax. And when we go and do our community engagements, we put a special desk in one of the strategic positions where we have our promotional material, we have our investigators sitting there, and they would then have the forms with them. So as I address the audience, anyone who wants to complain are referred to that desk. They then complete the forms, and we take it from there. So there has been a lot of improvement. If you look at the budget allocated to communication and what we spent on it, the message is out there, but I'm not satisfied with where we're at. I share your concern. There's a lot more that we can do to make people of the province aware that we exist and that they can access our services. Honorable Member Kama, the issues of General Brandt, I take note of it. I'm not sure what he said and what he addressed here. But in terms of the no enforcement powers, powers are allocated by law. And if the legal advisors and the legal eagles, as they are more commonly known, come together and look at other ombudsmen, look at the public protector, look at other entities, there is a possibility that this can be revisited and powers can be given. But I'm not one that's chasing powers. At the end of the day, I want to do my job independently and impartially, without fear or favor, and no cover-up. Whatever surfaces from an investigation must be dealt with. The frustration I think I have is coming from where I came from. As the general in the police, if I said something, it was acted on immediately. So yeah, I request you to do it, and I have to wait and see whether you do it or not. So it's an internal battle that I deal with, but I've reconciled myself to the fact that I'm an ombudsman and that I make recommendations. So if this committee gives me the powers, I will exercise them diligently. The duplicate functions between the need for an ombudsman in relation to IPID. Now, before IPID became IPID, they were the ICD, Independent Complaints Directorate. And they dealt with a range of complaints much broader than what IPID deals with now. So when the Act was amended, many of those complaints were not taken in to IPID. They only deal with the serious matters now. Our office does not deal with criminal matters at all. We only deal with service delivery inefficiencies, which IPID does not touch. Anything that comes to them which is service delivery related, there's no police visibility, etc., etc. Even IPID refers them to me. So there's a need for the coexistence, and each entity has its mandate to fulfill to serve the people of the province. The issue relating to the LEAP and the 1 billion allocated. Now, the challenge here is the act under which LEAP officers are appointed. The SAPS and the Metro Police are appointed under the Police Act, and we then derive our powers. Although from the Western Cape Community Safety Act, the constitution of the country provides that powers to the province, and that powers are then shared with us. When it comes to the law enforcement, their powers are derived from a municipal act. So it's a municipal bylaw, and they are regarded as peace officers. So there has been discussion regarding them being incorporated, because anyone who you give any power to, you stand the chance of misuse and abuse of that power. And there has to be an accountability mechanism in order to hold those individuals accountable. So I share your concern, and I agree with you that there should be some formal oversight and an accountability, which I'm not saying is not there. But in terms of my mandate, it doesn't exist. So if we link it to the safety plan, and those powers are given to us, we will then investigate those complaints as well. Okay, and it was next honorable member spoke about the organizational structure. I think if our head of office there could talk about that, how long the vacancies exist and where we are, and the overspending.
Thank you, ma'am. So yes, we do have a few vacancies, and I think part of the reason, just to give some background, is that the career progression is very, very difficult as an investigator in our office, because you literally have to go from investigator to assistant director, and then there's the head of office. So there's no formal path for people to climb the proverbial ladder, so to speak. So opportunities have come, and people have joined our office from having had previous investigative experience within the police service. Some of our investigators came from IPID. Some of our investigators have legal background. And so over the course of the time that they've served the offices, they've also had other promotion opportunities outside of our office. And it's always a bittersweet moment for us, because we have to say goodbye to our team members, but it's always for better prospects elsewhere. So it's something that we've got no control over it. It is part of the organizational structure, and therefore something that we can't amend within our office. The posts were vacant, and I'm just looking at the assistant directors on that side, because I don't want to get the dates wrong. But some of the posts were vacant since the previous financial year. And yeah, the reason for it is that besides the fact that we are all straddling duties, there is a lengthy process involved in getting approvals and submitting the groundwork, and then getting it to a stage where we are able to advertise the post. So yes, it's been vacant since the previous financial year. And we have been fortunate in the sense that we've now finalized the process, and we anticipate that our 3 new investigators will start and commence duty by next month. Thank you. Sorry. And then let me just move over to the spending, ma'am.
You, Chair. I think, thanks for the answer.
Member Van Poppel, is that a follow-up?
Yeah.
Do you mind holding so that we can just finish the round? We are running behind time, so I want to just get all the answers in. You can write your follow-up down and we'll come back to it later.
Shall I? And then just sorry, ma'am. In terms of the budget and the overspend under goods and services, there was conservative budgeting. Our reasons was that there was budgeting conservatively over the adjustment budget process, but I attribute that to the excessive cost involved in the escalation of cost involved in the advertising and marketing process. So it's the same campaign that we've run on radio. We've got radio adverts that we flat. And towards the back of the report, you will be able to see which stations we've used and where we're flighting. But the problem is it's become incrementally more expensive. And so I can attribute some of the overspending to that. I don't know if Mr. Frizzler wants to add on to my response. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm good, Chair. It's been sufficiently answered. Thank you.
The Frizzler is staying clear of that. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think the last question related to from the chair, page 65, how would the outcome be different? Now, when you have coercive powers or directive powers, you then ensure consequence management. And at the moment, it's left to the discretion of the SAPs on whether they will take steps or not in relation to any recommendation that we make. So if we had the powers, they wouldn't have a discretion. When we find adversely against an individual, then there has to be a process, whether disciplinary or criminal, against the individual, and it's not left to the discretion of the SAPS management. This example, the individual was seriously disadvantaged. And if there's any consequence, a person will just say, sorry, I made a mistake. But has there been steps put in place to prevent a recurrence of that nature is where our concern would come in. So when there's consequence management, then people will take us more serious and ensure that there's no repeat, that when they do their work, they are more diligent in how they conduct themselves. So in relation to what can the office do to enhance their accountability, at this stage, I believe the committee has sufficient powers granted by law to hold the police accountable in relation to our recommendations. So what we would appreciate is if there's a way, and we can chat around it outside the session in order to find a amicable procedure to deal with it, is where in relation to the complaints that we've recommended, that SAPs then highlight what have they done about those recommendations. Have they taken steps? If so, what steps and what was the outcome? That would increase the overall accountability, in relation to the powers that you have and that we could enjoy through you. I think that's just that for now. I know the time has run us out.
Thank you very much. The Provincial Minister indicated he'd like to answer as well.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'm going to be as brief as possible because I wouldn't want certain comments to linger. When we look at the comment made that the Provincial Minister reports to the National Minister of Police. I do not report to the National Minister of Police. I report to the Premier of the Western Cape. We work with the National Minister of Police. When we look at this particular reply that I have in front of me in terms of drug houses, it's dated 2021-06-11. In that particular reply, it states we have currently 272 known drug houses. It was the work of this committee via a request for further information and our engagements with SAPS and with neighborhood watches and CPFs, where we queried the request for information and the amount of 272. 2 months after that particular amount was released, we then, via the oversight role of this committee, ensure that we get the proper figure from the South African Police Service, which was 1517. And I wouldn't also want the South African Police Service to be misquoted when echoed that the amount of drug houses and when it is classified as a known drug house, it is also the work of this committee, of the South African Police Service, of neighborhood watches, of CPFs, because we have seen when 252A of the Criminal Procedure Act is used, which is commonly known as sting operations, where entrapment can take place. And now we currently have 1,818 because more and more people are reporting it to the South African Police Service as well, so that there can be a proactive approach to that. When we talk about the independence of the Ombudsman, I'm delighted that we are having this discussion, and I sincerely trust that people that are sitting here will be sitting here again in the next term, because there would have to be serious discussions about how we are going to take forward the Western Cape Community Safety Act, so that we can ultimately ensure that there is even greater synergy, but also greater accountability. So when I hear that there is a matter with regards to independence, it would be remiss of me not to mention the following, in that I would request the opposition in this house, in this province, to also make similar sentiments to the ruling party in the NA, because the current amendment to the IPID Act is on the table. And the independence of the ED is highly at risk when we consider that in IPID and in the structure, the ED for IPID reports directly to the provincial minister. We would want that to be independence in its true sense, and I would appreciate any help from the official opposition in this house if they just echo the same sentiments that they have echoed here today, but they do it in a different house. When we look at the progress in terms of the infiltration of known gang members into the South African Police Service, I can confirm, I have also confirmed via a parliamentary oral reply that the ED for IPID informed that she will, by the end of October, provide that report, because I personally also lodged a complaint in terms of Section 28 of the IPID Act. And I'm delighted that the Ombudsman actually addressed that particular matter where there was gaps. So as a province, we see a gap, and it is not for political posturing or to score political points. I've spoken to the Ombudsman many a times, and I would want him to do A, B, and C. Then he tells me outright no, because that office is independent. And these investigations and these systemic investigations that we have lodged is ultimately to strengthen the hand of the South African Police Service. And then, like the Ombudsman have indicated, via communication with the PC, we will then regularly keep SAPS on their toes, but also work with them in that regard. I'm so delighted that Member Barnes mentioned the law enforcement, but also the powers, the legal opinions that is currently in the city of Cape Town and at our disposal indicate that that cannot happen at this stage. So we will also request your assistance there in that regard. But CIVAC plays a key role, but also in terms of Section 19 of the Community Safety Act, we would highly appreciate if the department, together with the South African Police Service, is invited based on Section 19 of the Community Safety Act. We are always delighted to be speaking to member questions. Once again, thank you for raising it publicly here as well. And I have taken note of the head of the office, together with the Ombudsman's comments with regards to we wouldn't want any particular matter to slip away. I can also confirm that the Ombudsman will entertain and he will be as clear as possible, even when members of this committee lodge any particular systemic investigation or a request with his office. So I just wanted to make those comments in the broader sense. I firmly believe, Chairperson, that the work in terms of the extortion committee and my engagement with the South African Police Service in that the Ombudsman's report actually placed that particular matter front and center, so that the entire integrated and collaborative approach that SAPS has now undertaken as the lead agency, the work that the Ombudsman has done has contributed to it. With General Reddy's years and years and years of experience, like he said, almost 40 years in the South African Police Service. So I just wanted to make those comments, but I am aware of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Van Voorgel, do you still have that follow-up question? Good. Okay, General Reddy and your team, thank you very much for your time this morning. I've made a series of recommendations, and we will certainly be in touch with regards to more regular engagement with this committee. So we will definitely have that conversation. I'm now going to table to the committee the annual report for the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and we will start that off by opening remarks by the chair as well as the CEO, and then we are going to go straight into the report, and I am tabling the report in its entirety. But what I will do is I'm going to limit members to 3 questions per member for that first round. So I'll hand over to Mr. Kingwell and then Mr. George.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Standing Committee. If you had mercy on the Ombudsman as a new member, I don't know what you're going to do to me. I've been here for 15 years now, so please be gentle. I'd just like to thank the Standing Committee for the opportunity to present the Western Cape Liquor Board's annual report. Once again, a clean audit, and that's thanks to a wonderful team that worked behind the scenes. And I'd also like to say to the Standing Committee, as one of your challenges is the replacement of the board, which is on its way out. And I would like to use this opportunity to say thank you to the quality of members that you have given me to work with me on the board over the last 6 years. We've had an extremely strong and competent and well-balanced board, and that allows us to give guidance to the authority, but more particularly to be able to deliver on our mandate and to interface with our minister and our head of department and support the goals of the Western Cape government. So it's very important that in the appointment of those members, we try and get that balance right of the different skills needed. So thank you for that opportunity. I think that's my opening remarks. I hand over to the CEO to introduce some of the more technical aspects, but I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Chairperson and honorable members, good morning and thank you very much. I will deal with the annual report as tabled and make some introductory remarks should the questions follow. I do have with me colleagues that would respond to some of the technical aspects there too. Allow me just simply to state the following. That in terms of the Western Cape Liquor Authority, the annual performance plan that was prepared for the year under review was closely aligned to the strategic objectives of the Western Cape government, to such an extent that the Western Cape Liquor Authority was able to grow in terms of its capacity to execute on its mandate, and also to pursue the introduction of aspects of our legislation which has until then not been implemented. And here I make specific reference to Section 64 of the Western Cape Liquor Act, which then allowed us to introduce a non-automatic renewal aspect, which is key to the regulation of outlets. What that simply means that if your relationship with the Western Cape Liquor Authority is questionable and you make yourself guilty of continued transgressions, it is within the power of the Western Cape Liquor Authority to require you to apply for the renewal of your license. That has been a substantial that chairperson and members was made possible simply because of the additional capacity that was then also baselined within an indication that was received that capacity would be baselined within the last financial year. So taking that further, I think we have in our annual performance plan indicated key areas of delivery. It also spoke to, I think, the methodology that we would like to follow in terms of pursuing the determination of public interest, which is key as far as the regulation of the retail sale and micro manufacture of liquor in the Western Cape is concerned. We have taken that mandate, of course, very seriously, and we can now, in our annual report, account for delivery against those undertakings that we have made. We have largely been able to specifically allocate and spend the budget in relation to the targets that we have set for ourselves. I do, however, need to note that as an entity, we are under pressures in certain respect. We are very dependent on capacity elsewhere, support from the department and from the Western Cape government as far as certain expenditure items are concerned. The one which is apparent is capital expenditure, of course, and with the kind of budget that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has, it has become apparent that strong reliance needs to be placed on services or capacity that is already available within the Western Cape government space. That having been said, I think the one area that has impacted on the budget spend was the CapEx. That's specifically related to the walk-in center. By the date that we received confirmation that the money would be available, we had less than 3 months basically to try and expend. So that was the one aspect in relation to that. Be that as it may, I think the external audit has indicated that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has done very well in terms of the budget that it was allocated, in terms of the manner in which it was spent, and that it continues its streak in terms of the clean audit outcomes. Of course, we remain committed going forward that this will be maintained. Chairperson, if I could just then also, I think, point on a very specific, almost like speak more to the paradigm that has moved as far as the Western Cape Liquor Authority is concerned. We are increasingly mindful that whatever we want to do in the space of regulation, that we recognize and call upon our key strategic partners. Now, these the key strategic partners are also legislated partners as far as our act is concerned. It also speaks to the principle of the Western Cape government to ensure that our service delivery methodology subscribes to people or citizen-centric processes. In our instance, the determination of public interest, of course, is very critical. And the manner in which we do that is to ensure that we engage those legislated partners. The year under review, we commenced with engaging the municipalities. Municipalities, you may know, is the most directly involved sphere of government as far as our citizens are concerned. That having been said, they have a number of systems and processes already in play, and our effort is then to collaborate with them and capitalize on that. Likewise, the South African Police Services, it is critical that their reports in relation to applications submitted and processed via the Western Cape Liquor Authority is then adequately formulated in order for the determination of public interest. Going forward, if I can wrap up in terms of the introduction, we'd like to ensure that the vision ultimately for the Western Cape Liquor Authority and for the Western Cape generally is that all liquor licenses granted within the Western Cape are granted and serve the public interest. And furthermore, if they continue to exist, they can only do so if they continue to serve the public interest. Chairperson, with those introductory remarks, I hand back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was about to say I see no hands, but I saw Member Barnes, Member Christians, Member Kama, and Member Van Voortman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the chair of the liquor board is saved by the bell when you say only 3 questions. So I'll just stick to that 3 questions without making it more or for you to get worried. My first question will be on page 8. I'm going to start with the chair exactly. On page 8, the second last paragraph where the chair is speaking on behalf of the board, extending his gratitude to the staff on the effective regulation on their contribution to effective regulation of liquor in the Western Cape. Chair, my question would be, what is the estimated number of illegal outlets that we have in the province and given to some, especially the poor, including those who live in informal settlements, is a way of living to provide for their families? How does the Western Cape Liquor Authority assist them to be compliant to get license? My second question, Chair, would be on page 20, paragraph 6 of 8.988 valid licenses, 116 were identified as not capable of automatic renewal. My question, Chair, would be why were these 116 not capable for automatic renewal? Also, why did 7 opt to not renew or apply for their licenses, taking into cognizance the difficult times we are facing in the economy? My last question, Chair, on this round will be on page 22, compliance and enforcement. In terms of routine compliance and inspections, can we get a breakdown of inspections conducted in township outlets versus the ones that are in big nightclubs and in famous restaurants, and also that trade in alcohol? Thank you, Chair. I think that's my 3 questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Christians.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that. And I also just want to concur what the chairperson said, you know, if you have a strong board, it helps to do the work efficiently and effectively. So well done to the people that served on the board. Just maybe I'm not going to be long. I just want to, we always, you know, this CEO can tell us about the self-sustainability, because we always talk about that. When will the liquor board will be self-sustainable? When? I think we're speaking about that now for a number of years. How far are you with your quest on that? And secondly, you know, we always we'll always mention, you know, the abuse of alcohol is still worrisome in many communities. And, you know, so I don't know how to address this, but it's still a problem in the poorest of poor communities. Now, I just want to ask this question. If you look at rural areas, you have, of course, less people living in the rural areas, so you have less liquor outlets, I believe. And then in the metro, with the densely populated in the metro, you have more, right? But now, in the rural areas, maybe I'm just help me. I'm just guessing now. In the rural, you maybe have one outlet for 6,000 people. What do you have ratios in the metro? Because the question I asked previously also is, you know, how many is enough, and you know, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line when it comes to allowing liquor licenses? And then, of course, the member have asked. I'm just asking this question. You may probably know, and I know we spoke about the inspectors and enforcement, but I think people should also be educated when it comes to the abuse of alcohol, you know, educated in that regard. So the question there is, the question is basically the as the member said, the illegal outlets. We know that when the legal outlet comply with the times, they sell to the illegal to make extra money. I think you're aware of that. I think you're aware of that. So you have the illegal outlets buying from the legal outlets. So when the legal outlets is closed, the illegal outlets can then sell. Did you do a study on that? Because I think that is where we're going wrong, with the illegal outlets having the sale of alcohol 24/7. So that is a major concern. And did you look at that? Maybe just the last question that I want to ask is that relation between the municipality and yourselves? Municipalities goes to councils and ask for extension of liquor trading hours and also Saturdays and Sundays. Do you have that relationship with municipalities, and are you sitting on the same page? Because we have alcohol harms reduction unit, but we're just opening liquor stores right there, left, right, and center. So just to answer that, Chair, I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Kama.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And let me also welcome the remarks from the Chair of the Board and the CEO. My first question, Chair, is also on page 8, on the second last paragraph also, where I think the Chair was talking on behalf of the board, expressing their gratitude on the work they've done. But I want to check, because it seems like the primary focus for the year under review would have been on effective regulation and profit generation. I just want to check what work has been done under this period as it relates to the harms that are associated with alcohol, and linking to that, how do we ensure that our inspectors on the ground, not that we must suspect them, but how do we ensure that there are no possible corrupt relations with these outlets? Because what you don't get in these reports most of the time is what you see with your flash of an eye when you go around our streets, in especially in our townships, where you go to outlets, you see a lot of underage people in these outlets, and we don't get to see these outlets being properly regulated. And then the other question that I have, Chair, is on page 18 around the service delivery environment. And this is linked to the question I was asking around the harms that are associated with alcohol, because there you are making an interesting observation that in the country, the financial cost of the financial cost that is attributed to the harms that are associated with alcohol consumption is about 245 billion to 280 billion. And I want to check, are there possibilities, or why is the authority or the department not looking at ensuring that these companies that are serious beneficiaries, because there's an interesting discussion that people have when you talk about harms that are associated with alcohol, then others will come with an argument of contribution to the economy of the industry. And now I want to check, because I can tell you that even in that contribution to the industry, it does not really go to the workers at the lower level. It's the huge companies that produce alcohol and dump it into our streets, and they are not even affected by the harms that are associated with the alcohol. But how to ensure then that they also assist government in paying for the cost that is associated with the harms? And I want to check in that, is there an amount that has been estimated in terms of the financial cost at the level of the province? If that is not there, is there a possibility of doing a research and finding that for us? Lastly, Chair. No, you know, these questions are too tactical.
Questions per member, I'm afraid. We have to move to Member Van Vogel, sorry.
I had 2 questions.
No, you've got more than 2. You've got 4 questions already in there. So we'll move over to Member Van Vogel.
I will come back later, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is on page 9, paragraph 6, point of reference, revenue collection for the year under review continue to improve. So how is the improved revenue collection being utilized, and how much of it is allocated towards alcohol harm reduction initiatives? Or asked differently, why isn't a portion of it being allocated to such initiative? Then lastly, Chair, on page 21, point of reference, applications refused. What were the reasons for the rejection, for rejecting these applications? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over. Member Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. On page 32, dealing with table 3.3, just in terms of the report indicator 3.4, I know it says report on public participation in the applications and enforcement process. And obviously you've reached your target, but my advice on that particular one would be is that you may need to just have a look at tightening up the indicator to actually maybe list the amount of public participation instead of the reports, because you would have to report on the public participation to us anyway, in the indicator specifically. But in that light, what is the public participation like on your different platforms? I know, for example, we get the government gazettes where you list the entities and you can reply, but what is the response like? Are people responding to the Gazette? Are they responding to newspaper ads? Are they responding to radio? Are they responding when you send the stuff to local government? Because then maybe in that light, one can understand the amount spent on public participation on page 33. And then on page 37, just regarding the percentages of invoices paid within 30 days after receipt of invoice, the indication for deviation at it being 94% actual achievement just indicates that there were some that were queried. If I could maybe just get some reasons as to what exactly were those type of queries, because queries not being resolved in 30 days is quite a while. And also I'm not too sure if it's 30 working days, is it 30 calendar days? If we can just get an indication on that. And just a follow-up question that relates to Member Barnes's question on page 29 and 30. It speaks there to your non-automatic renewals dealing with your section 64s, but I wanted to find out what has the process, do you process automatic renewals, and if so, what is that criteria? Because I know that, for example, in my constituency, some of the smaller businesses that are compliant, one of their biggest queries are always, if we are always compliant and you never find anything wrong, is it not possible to, for example, skip a year in terms of compliance checking or doing spot checking so that some of those costs that deal with compliance can be reduced? I'm not sure if that's already being considered, but if I could get an indication on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the Western Cape Liquor Authority.
Thank you, Chair. I'm perhaps just going to comment on some of the couple of highlight items, maybe not answering specific questions, but then I know the CEO will get into the detail of them. I think the first one is the question of self-sustainability. Since I've been involved with the Liquor Board, this has been an annual agenda item. The driver behind that has been around two factors. One is what we can get from Treasury to approve the annual increase on the licenses, which works out to about a beer a day sort of a thing. It's really a very low amount to contribute to the cost of running the Liquor Authority. So when we seek more than a inflation-related increase to catch up on many years of backlog and an increased demand to introduce and manage and deal with the matters that members are raising around alcohol harms, then we need a source of funds for that. And part of that is part of the annual increase. So it has been with reluctance that the board has annually accepted the very low increases granted to us. But within that, we've done an amazing job to make progress with a lot of support from funds contributed to us by the department, from other departments to do some of our initiatives. So I think it is a big issue, and that the matter of sustainability is not just what it's currently costing, but what should it cost the Liquor Authority to implement the full range of regulation, the full range of alcohol harms reduction. That 213 billion that we're referring to is a amount that is benefited by national producers, of which we have no control of. We have no access to any of their funding, and they are the ones benefiting, but the province, each province is incurring the consequences of that alcohol harms. So it's not something we can initiate, but we as a Liquor Board have taken the drive to bring the awareness to the public to say that this has to start at grassroots level. It's got to start at the top, because we don't have any influence over the decisions that are required to be able to deliver on implementing a national-wide alcohol harms program when the major players are not contributing to those costs. And that then links to the question of how do we get to all those players? I think the CEO will deal with some of our initiatives in that respect. The other big issue I want to just address is the issue of legal outlets versus illegal outlets. We as a Liquor Authority have only got mandate over those that have a license. If they have applied, they've complied with the legal compliance. Therefore, it then passes on to a third party to investigate and deliver and deal with the illegal licenses, which is the members of SAPS. What we are doing through our engagement with the local authorities and all the other bodies is to try and engage their support to start addressing that matter. But it's not within our mandate to deal with that. Again, the CEO will deal with the number of those outlets and how many there are, and we all know that that's not a small number. Members, I think I just want to say thank you for your questions and the depth to which you've done that. I'm sure the CEO will do justice to the detail. Over to you, CEO.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I would respond, and I'll just need a reminder in terms of those questions that I may have omitted, but let me proceed with the issue lastly raised by the Governing Board Chairperson, and that relates to the number of illegal outlets in the province. As he has correctly pointed out, we have basically a kind of jurisdiction, if I can call it that, in relation to licensed premises. So invariably, There are estimates provided, and depending on where you read it, there are considerable number of illegal outlets, those that are not being subjected to regulation by the Western Cape Liquor Authority. Of course, this is a serious and a big concern. The approach that we may have had in the past was indicating that other law enforcement agencies would be responsible for that, but as Member Christians has pointed out, over the last 2 years, 2-3 years, we have accepted that these illegal outlets exist because they are enabled by licensed premises. So we have started responding to that reality. So we find that we are now targeting licensed premises that are supplying the illegal outlets. That does require an increased level of intensity as far as investigation is concerned, simply because once you receive a complaint that a license, or we discover that the premises is not licensed, that entails a collaboration with other law enforcement agencies that would necessitate almost like stakeouts, informers and the like. So it does take, as far as inspectorate operations are concerned, it is a bit more intense. However, we have initial successes already in this regard, simply because if those volumes are sold, we hold the licensed premises accountable, and we see them lose their license if we successfully place those matters before the tribunal. If I can go on in terms of the further question, what does those not capable of renewal apply for renewal? The process of section 64 is basically, if you'll allow me, basically to outline that. So you have an automatic license renewal. That renewal stems from the fact that each year you just apply, if you're allowed to now, you just pay the license fee applicable, which is then promulgated. It's apparent from the communications in the government gazette and notices that the licensee receives that X amount is that they should be paying in order to renew their license. However, in terms of Section 73, there's a list of criteria that apply. And should they meet that criteria, the Western Cape Liquor Authority can deny them the privilege of automatically renewing their license and insist that they in fact apply to the licensing tribunal to have that license issued for the next year. So that application is then informed by a criteria that is outlined in the Act. So it is very specific to them. So invariably what you'll find is that you'd have the Western Cape Liquor Authority look at each and every of those licenses against that criteria. That list is compiled. As the other member has indicated, 117 last year, when we introduced the provisions, were found to be not capable of renewing their licenses. Of course, the implication of that from a regulatory perspective is quite significant, because bear in mind that in the past you could have transgressed and you would just be allowed to renew the next day. What you now have is a lever that ensures that that won't happen. To illustrate, for instance, when we now, in the performance information that we are now collecting for this quarter's report, I read yesterday that we have had 2 instances already where, based on the behavior of the licensed premises, they are now denied. They have appeared before the LLT trying to convince the LLT that they ought to be allowed to renew. They were denied simply because they were repeat offenders in relation to that. Bear in mind, their license could be granted opportunity to. But if the facts of that particular application suggest that this person or this licensee does not respond well to regulation, then their license is denied. So if you look at the numbers last year, if I respond to the other member, and you look at the numbers this year, you still see that most of them are in fact still allowed to register. So it's not as if that was used to the extent that we're radically trying to just remove licenses. So I just want to make that point. In relation to a breakdown of inspections, I'm not able to provide that immediately based on the request. It is a detail that is very granular, so we're going to have to provide that, Chairperson, with your permission. As far as the areas are concerned specifically, but I can say the following in relation to, I think, licensed premises. We have about 9,000 licensed premises in the province. The split of that is, if you just take Cape Town as a built-up area and the rest of the province, you're looking at about very close to 50% both ways, just to give you an indication. I think density, just to come to that specific question, I think it was raised by two members, Mr. Christians and another member. By implication, density per se is not a criteria specifically outlined in the Act. What we did, however, Chairperson, introduce over the last year is that we start to seeing now that the LLT looks at the relevant data simply because when we agreed to create the problem statements, the density in that area informs the problem statement. So ultimately, if density is now a challenge within a particular area, it's captured within the problem statement. Indirectly, then it now has an impact in the consideration of that license now, because now if the density is of such a nature that it will serve no purpose to grant another license, then it makes sense that another license there would not be in public interest. So the definition around public interest is now capable of interpretation that an additional license is not required under those circumstances. In relation to our collaboration then also with the municipality is that these problem statements that we're developing within the context of each of these municipal areas then develop a consensus around all those stakeholders in that space, that we understand what liquor does to that space. And once we collectively understand that, we will also start generating a commonality around what is required as a response, which then brings me to the other question that was asked. Also, I think was the hours. How are we collaborating with municipalities now around the hours? Now, as we know right now, there's this contestation that the Western Cape Liquor Authority, or shall I be specific, the licensing tribunal will impose hours based on the input received so as to mitigate the risk that sectors of our community may have in relation to that license being granted. So if the hours are determined, our argument is, if the LLT determines the hours, then it is the prerogative of the LLT to be approached once more before the hours are extended by any other authority. And I think we're increasingly now starting to insist that that happens, and we communicate to our partners, and again, we use the problem statement and our collaboration at that level for them to understand that they're negating our regulatory impact if they grant an extension of hours without taking into account the decision of the LLT in terms of limiting those hours. And I think that is a very important development. Of course, we're approaching the legislation now to ensure that a consistent application of hours happens throughout the province. That is happening hopefully within this financial year, if not within the next financial year. What that would mean, it creates a uniformity throughout the province. What we are now seeing, however, we are advising communities that if hours are extended, that they insist that those matters be referred back to us if those hours are presenting challenges, and the LLT be requested to reconsider the license. Bear in mind, the LLT is still then in a position to determine what happens to that license. And if that license is problematic, you then have a process that would, one, potentially lead to the revocation of that license. If additional conditions are imposed, it could again go to the hours, because nothing prohibits that as a condition applicable to that. Failing that, the LLT could reserve that and say, but if you're consistently going to the local government, then you're not going to get the license. And I think that's the kind of approach that at the Western Cape Liquor Authority we are trying to instill, that regulation deals with two critical aspects. The one is access and the other is availability. If you don't have that you can't really exercise, you can't really regulate. And I think denying the LLT to be absolute as far as those two elements are concerned is then negating regulatory impact as well. Chairperson, I will continue. Ratios in relation to the outlets, that's an interesting one, simply because if you calculate the ratios in relation to the licensed premises, you'll get to a specific outcome. However, what we are finding is that where that ratio is, let's say, very high, you probably, we find the ratio in terms of illegals also up. So what then happens is your ratio in terms of licensed premises may be consistent throughout the province. However, once you take into account illegals, then you'll see the impact of unlicensed increasing simply because you have hindrances to the granting of licenses in certain areas. So you will find that licenses being granted in certain areas because zoning is problematic. You won't be getting licenses in that area, which means your illegals then increase in that particular space. I thought it might be just necessary to highlight that. Again, the chairperson of the governing board chairperson has spoken to the issue around to what extent we are able to impact on the harm. Sorry, the harms remains core. The policy is very clear. So there's a policy applicable to the Western Cape Liquor Authority, but also to the Western Cape government. However, you do find that the further away you go from the Western Cape government, that there is not necessarily a direct link between those operations there and the harms. So when you look at the cost and the money being spent in this particular space, it is considerable. However, the limitations that we confront is that our consideration is limited to the fee. The fee fundamentally is what we concentrate on. The fee is not used as something that basically could increase the things. I think we are fortunate right now as an institution attached to government is that we are very close to collecting the total spend or allocation to the budget. In isolation, if you just look at that, we are capable of then arguing that if regulation within the Western Cape is required, if the growth of the economy is then reliant on alcohol and liquor sector within the Western Cape, then it is only incumbent upon us to be very responsible about the implications of that. Because if that be so, then we must become much more effective as the regulator, and we need to ensure that the exponential growth or any growth in the sector is not accompanied by a similar growth or concomitant growth in harms. So in terms of the spend that we need to allocate or ensure for regulation, we need to ensure, if we believe the economy needs to grow, that likewise we also need to ensure that regulation becomes increasingly more effective. That is simply the point I wanted to make there. Just get back to the question. Yeah, so if you look at the total, then the details of those would be, as I've indicated, in this instance, they will mention 3. Those would pertain to those outlets that have repeated, as I've indicated. So invariably, I think the ones that we have found, if I look at collectively those that have been targeted, it has been those that are supposed to sell on consumption, selling off, which is mean after hours, and those persons or individuals that the place is closing up, so now quickly they want to buy more, and then they leave with an additional purchase that will. So those invariably are the ones. I can't say specifically in this 3, but that is essentially where that applies. And then in relation to the Oh, yes. And before I get to the one around the cost, was the one in relation to how do we ensure that our inspectors do the honorable thing? So besides the governance rules that apply, such as the codes of conduct and the like, I think the consequence of anything is your first almost like line of defense, which means our attitude to this is there's no second chance. So yes, it's difficult to detect, but if it's detected, it's fully pursued, and the consequence would be, the ultimate consequence would be losing your position or your job. That has happened in the last financial year, and we demonstrated that very clearly. But what is the mitigation that we have for that? So complaints received are processed in a very centralized manner, which means it enter our system. The response to that is not the allocation to one individual. The response to that is then making all those stakeholders in that space aware of the challenges as far as that is concerned. Also, we find that the complaints are normally not only the single time it happened. There's a range of complaints that are already made applicable to that outlet. The champion for that is then another level of management in the organization. So although the individual and the clustering of them as a group responsible for an area then enables so many more people to be involved in that matter and the conclusion of that complaint. So yes, as far as the Western Cape Liquor Authority is concerned, we are mindful of what is possible as far as the inspectors are concerned, as far as bribery and corruption is concerned. However, our methodologies and our governance arrangement in relation to the execution of their duties, we are satisfied that we are able to demonstrate that the consequences are severe, and that we have also we have examples to show for that. And also, we are not the only parties involved. You have the South African Police Service that would be aware of those complaints, and it would normally leak out if the response is inappropriate in relation to the complaint. And I trust that will satisfy some of the concerns. As far as the invoice payment is concerned, maybe just to say there are certain very specific things, of course, that are queried, that are basically required in terms of the rules. I don't know, Stalin, if you want to just specify which is the most common.
In terms of payment of invoices, so we, on receipt of an invoice, we record that invoice, and then the 30 days is not a calendar month, or it's from the date of receipt of that invoice, just to respond to the first question. Then the second part is the queries that we normally have is, like, for instance, if we record all the invoices on receipt. So even if an invoice, for instance, could be a duplicate of another invoice, we record it and we try to resolve it. So from that, if it goes over the 30 days, and sometimes it goes over because of certain delays, but it's an invoice that would probably never be paid because the dispute is valid. But then it's not just dependent on the authority, it's dependent on, obviously, the supplier as well coming back to us. So we try to mitigate that. We had a conversation at the Audit and Risk Committee, apologies, where we have discussed what type of invoices we should actually record on receipt. For instance, if it's a duplicate invoice, then we know it will never be paid. So in the new year, we will look at an SOP of what we're going to record as that. As long as it is in line with National Treasury regulations, then we will then apply that SOP. Then also on the question, there was a question on over collection. So we do all renewals are payable to the Provincial Revenue Fund. So we pay that over via the custodial department into the Provincial Revenue Fund. We can request for those funds to be retained through the retention of revenue process. We have, for instance, so I know the question related to what funds are we putting back into regulating alcohol harms. So in the previous year, we were successful in that application where we were granted into our baseline an additional 8.3 million. That is the money that we use for additional inspectorate that will go then out into the field, and then we are now able to inspect more licensed outlets than in prior years. So that is something we also reported on a quarterly basis as well. So we do, if successful in those applications, we do allocate those resources back into alcohol harms, as well as any other savings we have. Thank you.
Chairperson, yes, and then I will just touch on, I think Member Bartman had a question around the public participation. I can now say that I'm also feeling much more comfortable in terms of the indicator and that it has changed over the new one. And that essentially is we had a communication and education component that had very specific communication related targets. These have now evolved that these are directly linked to the components in terms of the engagements. Our stakeholder engagement is now can clearly be defined in relation to developing the Parliament statements in that. So that going forward is clearly where our concentration is lying. So there would be an institutional link between what we present with as stakeholder engagement now or communication and our operations, because our operations now are not just simply based on a guesstimate as to how many engagements we will have, but structured engagements with our key strategic partners. Also then related maybe to the communication aspect was the one that I think member Christians mentioned, that speaks to advocacy, I suppose. In that, how do we connect and convince in relation to the harms as far as alcohol is concerned? I think there's a need maybe just for us to contextualize the alcohol harms reduction as a policy imperative for the Western Cape. I think there's aspects and elements that clearly we can align to what is solely the responsibility of the Western Cape Liquor Authority. However, we, in terms of advocacy in its broader context, in the same way that we may speak to harms relating to drugs and the like, I think there's a concerted effort and a need to respond to that as a collective, both from the Western Cape government, but also other entities at play. That would entail, of course, education, health, and the like, social development. However, the focus that we had to develop at the Western Cape Liquor Authority, however, has been to ensure that we advocate a kind of behavior as to failure of which then would introduce harms based on the manner in which trading happens in the Western Cape and the manner in which we comply with regulation in the Western Cape. So our focus as chairperson through you has been to ensure that we are actually advocating and developing an appreciation for regulation in the Western Cape. So the focus has been on those clear, very important stakeholders. We'd like to be able to convince all our license holders that it makes business sense to operate in a manner that their businesses are sustained, but also to ensure that public interest is protected in the process. We do issue licenses, and we have to issue them based on the merits of the application. We cannot absolutely prohibit them, but we will if they do not comply and trade in a specific manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, we are going to break. And we'll be back here at 11. There is some refreshments and some tea in the members' lounge. Okay. Do members have any burning questions? Can we wrap this up? And are you happy to use your parliamentary privileges for the rest of the questions? Member Christians agrees. So with that said, the Western Cape Liquor Authority and the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, you are more than welcome to stay for the rest of the proceedings. But if you do want to leave, you are welcome to leave after this as well. There will be lunch at 1 o'clock in the members' dining room as well. I'm now going to table the Department of Community Safety Annual Report for the year 2022-2023. The Minister and the HOD has already made their opening remarks when we started the meeting. So we're going to go straight into the annual report and the committee will be able to pose questions. I'm going to table Part A, which range from pages 3 until page 21. Since Member Christians was the only member who was on time when we resumed, Member Christians will get 3 questions and everybody else will have 2 questions. And Member Christians will also go first. We were reminded earlier by the Ombudsman that there needs to be consequences. So I think we have to start as we'd like to proceed. So Member Christians, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, just a couple of questions on your opening, your forward, page 8 and 9. I think you know, the question is about the deployment of the LEAP officers in the 13 areas. Now, and also now, as Member Kama said, reducing the murder rate. But it seems it's not going to be attainable because of all the killings that we have now. I can't get to the numbers now, but it's ridiculous numbers that we're receiving now, how many people are being killed. And these mass shootings, you know, and we can go on and on, but this is the question. If you have evidence-based data, right? If you have evidence-based data, and that is where you deploy your LEAP officers to be a force multiplier, why do we have the murder rate? I think it's the highest for a long time. If you can just answer that one first. And the second one, in line with that, is I know, and I mean, I've been on the committee for a long time, I know oversight is our responsibility, but because of, under resources, the province is giving quite a large amount of money to the safety plan and not affecting your department alone, all other departments. But is it paying dividends? You know, is it paying dividends? That's a question I want to ask. And then the last question with, and I'm not gonna go into the other questions, but just maybe just question, just to get that clarity on that. You know, you have the top 10 murder areas, and there's still a lot, you know, and you need guys on the ground. And I know about the offices that you open, the LEAP officer stations in certain areas. But now, I mean, the areas I believe has extended, is now bigger. Like I say, for me, the data research that you guys are, the department and guys are doing, is the gangsters always one step ahead. You know, because now they see there's a softer area, they move in another area. So it's not, you know, it's a big concern. So that's the questions I want to ask. But seems to me that even with the employment of the LEAP officers, we are still in a lot of trouble in the Western Cape, and the murder rate is increasing day by day. And I mean, Minister, maybe you can, I mean, people are making comparisons, you know, you don't even lose so many people in a war, you know, and so on. So I'm just going to leave my questions to say on that, because I think that is a question now in the communities. People are worried. You know, it affects housing, schooling, work, employment, everything affects, because they cannot leave their homes because of all of that. And we'll get to education next week, but it's a problem. Children staying out of school, losing valuable teaching time that they're already behind on because they cannot go. And it's just sad. I made a statement that 15-year-old girl that just went to the shop, and you see a boy go to the shop and stray bullets hitting them and killing them. So I'm just giving you that, Minister. I'm not going to go further, but I think that is the hot topic at the moment that you need to address to us as a committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see no other hands. We'll see Member Pretorius, then Member Barnes, Member Kama, Member Windvogel.
Chair, before I ask a question, allow me to just share with you briefly something that is on Network 24, Network 24 actually, right now. And I'm going to translate as I read. In Cape Town, the structures for organized crime is very well established. What happens in Cape Town happens elsewhere in South Africa. This is according to Dr. Mark Shaw, who must be familiar to some people, who's involved with the, let me see here quickly, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Crime, and this is seated in Switzerland. Just as a background and introduction. Chair, thank you. Page 17, Part A, General Information, Legislature and other mandates, constitutional mandates, which say that the provincial governments have been assigned several policing functions, powers and duties, including to investigate or appoint a commission of inquiry, or to consider and refer complaints to IPIT and to monitor the investigation of such complaints. I want to know, where does the Ombudsman come into this picture? Thank you.
Member Barnes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must say I'm pleased and I'm welcoming the department's officials today for this oversight committee meeting that we are having. We haven't had much committee meetings in the past few months. So I would also I've been here for the past few months. I haven't been anywhere, unless you want to say there has been a meeting that you made the department alone. Chair, I would also ask your indulgence also to be patient with us as we are going to ask a number of questions. Please bear with us. We want to use this opportunity to the optimum, not knowing when we'll get the opportunity again. Given the recent events, including the assassination of an Israeli businessman in the city, multiple masses in murders in Kukuletu and Mfuleni, and other safety-related incidents resulting in over 130 deaths in a week, it's evident that we need to engage with the department to understand its plans and interventions to address the escalating violent crimes in our province. As we begin to our discussions today, I want to ask the MEC to give us an update on this crisis response. And then, Chair, I'm on page 12 on future plans of the department to conduct oversight over the SAPS and municipal police services in accordance with Section 206 of the Constitution. My question would be, does the encompass oversight of law enforcement officers? And if not, when will the province attain greater oversight authority over them? My second question is on page 13, Chair, under new or proposed activities. Increased law enforcement capability of the LEAP in the CO City of Cape Town and rural LEAP units in local municipalities. I want to check, Chair, if the MEC and HOD can provide insight into LEAP's long-term vision beyond the 6th administration. What enhancements are expected in LEAP's capabilities, specifically in terms of officer recruitment and deployment? And then, Chair.
Member Barnes, we said we're going to limit it to 2 questions for the first round. You're currently on 3, so it's Member Kama's turn. But I just want to remind you that we did have a meeting. We had an oversight meeting recently, which you were not at.
Okay, Chair, if I can respond on that, the oversight meeting, can you give us the date?
Send you the minutes of that meeting.
I'm sure you were alone there. Yeah.
Members, can we leave this? This is committee admin.
But you
Member Barnes,
you decide to respond. Now you don't want me to respond.
Yes, Member Barnes, because you put something in the public domain that is not true.
It's true. Give us the date. You were there and Member Barpan were there. Can you enlighten us on the date so that the public can know if I'm lying to the public?
Member Barnes, You've asked your questions. Please allow the other members to now ask their questions.
Ask my question.
You are
Chair.
taking Member Kama's time. Please be respectful of the other members.
No, don't be disrespectful.
Member
and
Kama,
see
please
other
go
people
ahead.
being disrespectful.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think even the general said it himself that was seeing him for the first time. Would have seen him many times if we had meetings. My question, Chair, is on paragraph on page 9, paragraphs 2 and 3. The department there is I think is on the forward by the provincial minister, and they talks about the decreases in crime. I think this was the fourth quarter of the year under review, and it is said there that these successes are brought about due to the deployment of our dedicated law enforcement advancement plan officers. And while we welcome, Chair, the decreases in terms of crime, I think even the minister knows I have a difficulty in understanding how is this attributed to LEAP officers, because I have a serious problem and think that it contributes to the trust deficit between communities and SAPS. If there are increases, then the government says SAPS is not doing its work. But if there are decreases, it's LEAP officers that are doing the work. So my question, Chair, is because I believe that perhaps if the department would have its own independent impact assessment in terms of the LEAP work. So I want to check if the department would it consider to have such an assessment commissioned. We're sitting here as members, spending a lot on LEAP program, and would really want to understand the impact of that, so that we are not viewed as just criticizing the LEAP officers. The second question that I have for this round, Chair, is on page 10, paragraph 4, on the report of the accounting officer, where it says, I think there's a second last sentence in that paragraph, where it talks about the departments, or no, 1, 2, 3. It's the fourth paragraph, yes, where it talks about the municipal strategy. I just want to check under the year that we're reviewing, what work would have been done which is linked to the safer cities model, and perhaps if we can get an upgrade in that, an update, I mean, in that regarding the implementation of the safer cities model in the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Kama. Member Van Vogel.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on page 8. In your opinion, please title the terrible cost of gangsterism in our lives. You estimate the Western Cape's gang membership to be around 100,000. Given the challenge you highlighted regarding the SAPS and the anti-gang unit in the anti-gang unit, how does the safety plan address the issues? The issue is the deployment of 1,200 LEAP officers enough? And does the province have a strategy for targeting high-rank gang members And what is your view, Minister, Provincial Minister, or your response to the reported arrest of one of our prominent gang leaders in the province? Then lastly, Chair, how is the department's abrupt discontinuation of the Safety Ambassadors project impacted youth unemployment in the province? And additionally, what measures have been taken to offer alternative opportunities to these young people who are in urgent need of employment opportunities? What we are calling for is the expansion of available opportunities for youth, as the current provision, such as employing only 19 tourism safety officers, seems is insufficient. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD. That seems to be the round. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I do appreciate the questions, and I have no doubt that even from here, there will be continued discussions and engagement. Chairperson, on the murder rate, and specifically to the question posed by Member Christians, we have seen in our country where the average increase in our country in terms of the murder rate has been 8.3%. As a country, sadly, the country has become more violent. We have seen as a country, murder across various provinces have been increasing. Here in our province, we saw the lowest increase of 0.12%. And that actually upsets me. It upsets so many people, considering that we have extra LEAP officers here in our province as well. And I will never be satisfied by saying that murder is increasing across our country and it's stabilizing here, because we are ultimately wanting to ensure that it decreases. In our LEAP areas for the year under review, we saw reductions in 7 out of the 13 areas. In our assessment of it, we have seen that those 7 areas performed far better because they had a longer term of LEAP officers in the areas. And what we have picked up in our assessment, for example, areas like Bishop Lavis and Mitchell's Plain, others, it was a the LEAP intervention was a triggered approach, and some officers have been on the ground for longer than others that enter the service. And we are seeing a better turnaround where there's more stability and longevity within a particular area. So I'm deeply worried that we, over this year of review, we saw a 0.12% increase in murder. And I would never even want to say murder is increasing across our country. But if I look at our LEAP areas, I often think, how worse could it have been? On the one hand, in terms of the evidence-based and the data-led approach that we use, and we also now have the South African Police Service on board. The South African Police Service, together with the City of Cape Town, together with officials, some may be sitting here, is part of a study where we went into one particular community and we actually mapped out what that will mean for each and every department, for each and every sphere of government. The data-led approach is fairly simple. The data-led approach is based on the data that we get not only from the South African Police Service, the crime stats where it is happening, but also based on the forensic pathology services where murders are happening. We then also see the evidence. The evidence speaks directly to shifting patterns when an area can, for example, there was one particular area which was a hotspot area. The LEAP officers was then in that particular area, and we actually saw that murders and mass murders happened less than a kilometer away. And we are always open to having those engagements with the South African Police Service, because we are so aware that when we look at the data-led approach, the evidence, where to deploy, what times to deploy, and during this year under review, decisions was also taken to ensure that the 24-hour shift can kick in, because we knew what times was extremely volatile, but also considering the load shedding times, which was my one matter that I constantly engage with the African Police Service around is that in terms of the city of Cape Town, and colleagues will be aware of SIMS, which is located within the city of Cape Town, which obtains information as well. That particular competency rests at a national level to gather intelligence. In our assessment, and when we ultimately obtain information in our department or in the city of Cape Town, we always look at analyzing that information to make sure that it can ultimately be operationalized so that we can bring down the murder rate. We have seen that when we deploy to an area, specifically when there was even one murder, because we have seen consistently that one murder, gang-related murder, could lead to 6 or 7 additional murders over a 7-day period. And we are wanting to eliminate the secondary shootings that happen after a gang boss, after a driver of a gang was killed. But we urgently require, and I would also appeal to this committee to ensure that from the South African Police Service and the intelligence part, because in my view, we can ramp it up further to ultimately know that we are able to prevent, combat, and investigate crime. The Constitution is very clear. The Constitution places that mandate on the South African Police Service. It's a huge mandate to prevent. It's a huge mandate to prevent crime, considering that because of organized crime and because of gangsterism being cemented in our communities, gangs and organized criminals have become extremely sophisticated because they have access to funds. And in the mass murders, we have seen it was well executed. It was timed. It was also clearly that this is high-level operations that actually are undertaken. At our point of view and at our limited powers, in terms of the Constitution, we don't have the intelligence league, but we obtain information, and that information is looked at so that we can actually make sure that there is an operation to curb it. But we are having these tough conversations with the South African Police Service to ensure that the intelligence component can actually be ramped up, because the under-resourcing, and I've stated in the House, we are literally 20 years behind. Some of the academics have been telling me I'm being conservative. We are actually 30 years behind in terms of the SAPS deployment that we need. Here as a province, we came on board and we now have 1,300 LEAP officers. The PC attributes successes also to LEAP. So let me say that I can take that line and I will add in. It's also the South African Police Service. It is also CPFs. It is also neighborhood watchers. I will stick to that line. I will say it publicly, because even the PC is saying that we are seeing, because of that collaborative approach, because of the integration, everyone plays a role. I'm even attributing successes that we are seeing here to the Standing Committee, to the work that Parliament does. So, Member Christians, it's a difficult question, considering that the violence in our country has increased and the mass murders and the 130 homicides that we saw from Heritage Day, colleagues. From Heritage Day 24 up until the end of September was the bloodiest week in our entire calendar year. And when we looked at the causative factors, and I got the causative factors directly from the crime registrar, and the causative factors, the top one was arguments. And many of the murders that we saw during that week did not even land up in the media, because the top one was arguments and misunderstandings. The second one was gang-related murders. The third one was domestic violence. Number 4 was mob justice. So all these causative factors, and our department plays a role, but also the role that social development, cultural affairs and sport and education all contributes towards making sure that the entire plan must ultimately work. If there's any person serving on any other committee, these are matters to be raised with them as well, so that we can have these integrated discussions even. On the ombudsman question, I will let the HOD cover that one. oversight over law enforcement, we will definitely welcome it, because that recommendation came from the chairperson as well, in that we are needing to ensure that we are able to extend oversight over law enforcement so that we can ultimately pull in the same direction. Like I've indicated, the legal opinions indicate legally in the current constitutional framework, we will not be able to do it. We currently have 3 law enforcement agencies in our country. A law enforcement agency is categorized in the Constitution. We now have 3. The latest one that was just promulgated is the Border Management Authority, which is classified as a law enforcement agency. The other 2 law enforcement agencies is the South African Police Service, as well as our SANDF. Law enforcement is strictly in terms of municipal laws, but we would want to make sure that we can play a role as a province and the standing committee, so that we can make sure that nothing untoward, or that those officers there are not doing anything that goes against the oath that they have taken. We do know that the city can be invited, can be called before this particular standing committee as well, to relay information with regards to Metro Police, but also comments made in terms of the possibility of engaging CIVOC, which is a civilian body that ultimately has that secondary oversight in terms of law enforcement as well. So please allow me to say, in this forward, as I read it and as I wrote it, I was trying to be, because I sat 535 days ago, I was still sitting there. And I was still aware that certain questions can be asked on the forward. So please, I don't know if I can correct that line, because I know, yes, LEAP contributes, and I will stick to that line. LEAP contributes, but I also know that other departments, other spheres of government all contribute. When I look at the AGU and the gang members, so the figure I have, Member Van Vogel, is that I'm being very conservative, because I've not been able to establish that comment on 1,000 gang members by 3 independent persons. The initial person that said it publicly was Commissioner Chris Nissen, and he attributed the number to 200,000 gang members. In my assessment and in engagement, my estimation at the time was always, let's look at a figure of 100,000. But it's very difficult, because no one is going to count how many gang members there are in a particular area. So some are saying 150, some is saying 200,000. When I talk about 100,000 gang members, potentially, I'm so aware that everyone in this house will be aware that it's highly likely that the amount of gang members that we have in our province outnumber the South African Police Service. As such, we are wanting to ensure that from our oversight role, that we are getting the SAPS officers we need in our province in terms of the PNPs, the policing needs and priorities. The AGU, since its inception, and I will also ask colleagues here if you can even help us, because on the current establishment, on the AGU, colleagues in this house, on this committee will know that the AGU has never had its full complement of members since the inception. It was granted on 247 members. We are currently sitting on 171. So we would want that particular granted establishment to actually have the full amount and not the actual amount of far less than the actual granted amount. And that is conversations we are having with the PC as well, because we understand that the AGU and the vetting process and the type of officer that is needed for that particular specialized unit is not an ordinary officer as well. So at times it can take longer to actually recruit and find the proper person to be part of the AGU. But that is something that we always take up with the South African Police Service. We have conducted rapid assessments internally, and that rapid assessments confirmed that we are able to showcase that we are pulling in the right direction. LEAP is working. We also have an independent assessment in terms of Dr. Jean Redpath, which also confirmed that not only to us, but also publicly, that LEAP is working. But when we say that, we also know that we still have a very long way to go. I will let the HOD also discuss the Safer Cities model and the implementation thereof. When we saw that one prominent gang member and member of Binvogel's question, we were delighted. And when we engaged that particular unit that brought down one of the biggest drug lords from the Mitchells Plain area, at the end of this month, sentencing is due in that particular case. And that particular SAPS unit informed me that it took 5.5 years in terms of the POCA Act to ultimately ensure that we can be brought to court. So we are having these discussions. And if we had more of those units, more of those detective capabilities, we would be able to see that more and more of these high-level drug lords are behind bars. I am aware, and members here is also aware of another prominent person that is currently behind bars, because we are wanting to see that from the asset forfeiture unit, from the role that SARS can play, from the role that internal units within the South African can play in gathering information, when the analysts within the South African Police Service, the investigators, the prosecutors all work in tandem, that we can bring all of these perpetrators to book. It's public knowledge now that the one gentleman that is appearing, that is going to be sentenced after the POCA Act for 5 years investigation, even without that person being in the room, even without getting that drugs on that person or getting a firearm in that person, the capabilities do exist. That information could have been and instant communication and telephone calls could have been triangulated in such a way to ensure that the courts actually find confidence in the testimony of those investigators, that that person could be linked to the intent to sell drugs. And we are excited to see that that particular sentencing should happen in this month. And I sincerely trust that that case will not be postponed for another month. But I can confirm, and as people in the media have noted, that he has been found guilty. So the capabilities do exist. Now we always look at if the capabilities can work in one particular matter. Imagine we had adequate resources. How much more of these drug lords and pins can't we narrow down so that they can ultimately not only face the music, but pay for the sins and how they have been tormenting some of our communities for year on year. I think the alternative opportunities as well, that we have certain components and certain programs within our department. When I was appointed to this particular role, we knew that Chrysalis is one of our youth development programs where we provide opportunities, but also place those graduates into employment opportunities so that they can become not only more employable, but ultimately live a life where they can earn a living as well. And some of the alternative opportunities sits across other departments as well. Specifically, as the lead in youth development would be cultural affairs and sport, those additional programs, but also education in terms of the learner support that they provide. So those opportunities sit across the entire government. If anyone here wants to submit to the Premier that all the youth development programs must sit here, I will gladly support that.
Thank you, Minister. Just in terms of some of the questions, and you can remind me if I miss anything, and if the colleagues would like to also add. So in terms of the constitutional mandate is vested in the Department of Community Safety, and then specifically we make mention of Section 206 and 207 of the Constitution, and it does provide for the provincial government to investigate or appoint a commission of inquiry into any complaint of police inefficiency or breakdown in relations between the police and any community as per section. And so in terms of the establishment of the Ombudsman's Office, it is linked to our provincial mandate, but it finds expression in terms of Section 10 of our Community Safety Act. So the Ombudsman's Office is established in terms of the Community Safety Act to deal with service delivery complaints as it relates to the SAPs. Just in terms of the LEAP operations, if one turns to Part B and the divider just after page 22, you can see some of the operations where LEAP officers have conducted over 492,000 operations, and you would see also there are joint operations that take place with the South African police and other law enforcement agencies. Just in terms of LEAP deployment in the murder stations and the other two areas, this discussion on deployment, as was mentioned, is data-led, evidence-based, and this deployment occurs at the Provincial Operational Command Center of the South African Police Service. So there is a joint sitting of the city, the SAPs, and our representatives as well on that level, provincial level, but then also on station level, where the station commanders actually manage the deployment of LEAP officers in the areas. So they are not being deployed on their own, but it's part of a bigger strategy for those areas. And as Minister's already alluded to, one looks at the crime trends, what the crime stats are saying, also incidents at station level, and then also the forensic pathology data as well. In terms of law enforcement, oversight over law enforcement officers, this is a challenge that is faced by the country, because as you would know, Gauteng has crime wardens now as well. There is currently no legislative framework for oversight over law enforcement. So the province, unfortunately, would not be able to have our own legislation for oversight. We also considered, and we had a legal opinion on whether we can incorporate it into the Western Cape Community Safety Act going forward, but unfortunately it's not part of our department's mandate. That being said, the City of Cape Town has CIVOC, which is a committee that oversees an independent committee made up of civilians that oversees the city's operations. And then we also have oversight in terms of our transfer payment agreement and business plan, where the city has to report to us in our APPs, and you will see there is financial monitoring by our program 1. And then in terms of the Secretariat, you will also see there's monitoring of LEAP operations in our APPs, which we report on in the annual report as well. So this is a challenge that is being faced nationally. IPID has been one consideration, but the state law advisors nationally have also indicated we can't incorporate that into IPID. So we're looking at mechanisms, and the Gauteng province has been asked to lead on that. However, we are satisfied in terms of what we have put in place with the business plan and transfer payment agreement and our monitoring in our APPs that is currently the best we can do. In terms of the long-term vision for LEAP, currently there is a funding allocation for the 25-26 financial year, and that's what we have conveyed to the city as well, and that's how far we can plan. We are hopeful that there will be allocations beyond that period, so that the LEAP officers can continue to support the SAPs. In terms of, as Ministers alluded to, Dr. Jean Redpath has done research in terms of the impact of LEAP, and that the PC has also alluded to the fact that LEAP has contributed to the reduction in the murder rate. So because at times there are more youth officers at station level than there are SAPS officers, and that is the reality, and we are working together in that regard to support the SAPS. In terms of the Safer City model, that is led by the city and chaired by the city, so obviously an initiative of the SAPS, but we do chair the research committee of the Safer City model, and we are represented on other committees as well. In terms of youth, as Minister's already indicated, the current complement of chrysalis graduates is 690. The comment made on the tourist safety officers, yes, that is a small amount of which we had an earmarked allocation for that. However, we are supporting approximately 900 youth with stipends on a monthly basis, which is inclusive of the chrysalis graduates, the tourist safety officers, peace officers, etc. And we paid that EPW stipend to all of them. Thank you, Chair. I hope I covered all of them.
Thank you very much. Members, can I get an indication if there are any other hands? We are on part A, section pages 3 to 21. If not, we'll move on to part B, performance information. Those are from pages 23 to 104. Member Bartman, Member Comm, Member Christians, Member Windvogel, and Member Barnes.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, on page 33, dealing with paragraph 3, where the department is exploring the devolution of policing powers. And firstly, as a comment, what I would like to say is that in relation to this, it was absolutely wonderful to attend the leave-based oversight on the 22nd of August, as tabled by the Programming Authority on the 15th and the 21st of August, and sent out by the Programming Officer of this committee on the 15th of August. But in that light, I would like to find out how, firstly, the devolution will assist the provincial department in its current work. You've wrote in part A relating to this matter that you're busy dealing with a framework for this. So how far is this? What are you considering within that framework? And from a money perspective, when we speak about devolution, the first thing I always think is how much is it going to cost? I know the framework is not done yet, but if we could have an indication on whether that type of costing is being considered in the development of this framework, it would be quite helpful. Then on, apologies, page 47, relating to table 4.1.2, this particular one also relates to an indicator, Chair. It's indicator output indicator 1.3.5, relating to the number of supply chain management performance reports compiled. And while the actual achievement is there and have been achieved, I wanted to find out whether it's not possible to simply change the indicator to the actual supply chain management performance. Because you're always going to have 12 reports because it's 12 months in a year. So if you miss one, it just simply means that you've missed a month in a year. So I just want to understand, is there a better way to be able to not manage, but report on the performance of the department? Because otherwise every year I'm going to come here and I might then ask you, okay, there was 4 reports, but how many participants were in the report? Instead of us reporting on the amount of participants, for example, or the amount of SEM transactions, etc., etc. And then my third question for now, Chair, let me just get to my next sticky note. Page 54, relating to paragraph 3. I know that it has previously been recommended regarding the funding model development of the K9 units and how to standardize that particular model. How far is that? Is it something where it's done? Can we see it? If not, what is the proposed timeline? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My first question is on page 23. I see where you talk about the increase in the LEAP officers to 1,020 by the end of 2022-23 financial year. I just want the department to talk to us, Chair, around the challenges, you know, because I continuously see some small decreases and whatnot in the number of LEAP officers, and if we could get an understanding as to what is the reason for that? Is it that other LEAP officers are going to other law enforcement agencies within the city? And what are we doing about that, considering the cost that we incur in terms of training and deploying new LEAP officers? The other question, Chair, that I have is on page 33 as well. I think on page 33, third paragraph, where you say you will continue to explore the devolution of policing powers and the establishment of a law enforcement capability throughout the province. Now, I don't know if the department is aware of the poorly structured provincial powers bill, and therefore want to get from the department as to what effective approaches is the department looking at in terms of realizing this, because I think even the advice that we had received here, I know the department was not involved in that process, but the advice we had received around the powers bill was that it is not at the level of us, you know, in terms of changing because the policing powers are powers of national government. So I just want to check what approaches are we looking at for this to be realized. The last question, Chair. I think no. These two I will place on the request for information or resolutions. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. No, this makes it easy to read. This is page 23. This makes it very easy to read when you look at this. It gives. Thank you for the department for giving this, you know, the report where the LEAP officers and the timeline and all of that. So it makes it easy reading. Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions, and the one thing that is worrisome, and I don't know, you know, it's the amount of firearms lost and stolen by police. Police lose and it's stolen from them. And we know, Minister, we spoke about that. The firearms is a major. What's the department doing? You know, are these policemen, if it's stolen or lost, you know, what can the department do to bolster that? Because we know if we go to page 30, then it says firearms has been utilized as the weapon of choice in 48.5% of all murders in the province. And it gives you, according to SAPS, firearms are used 91.4% on the reported gang murders. So we know that's a problem. So when we now look at guns lost and stolen from policemen, what is the consequences? What can the department do to bolster that? And if we look at page 74, I just want to speak about that, ask a question. Now, Minister, I've also said, I've mentioned this before, and I see there's some progress. The Crystals Academy is doing a sterling job. I've been there a couple of times with Member Kama with the passing out parade, and now I see there's that youth hubs, Atlantis, Delft, and so on. What is the way forward there? So you are extending that, but what is the results? What do you see? Because of course the Christmas Academy is a big success, and it gives our youth at risk a huge opportunity. So just you have identified those areas. Are those the areas that's much needed? How do you come to these areas, and what is the plan going forward? And maybe just the last one, I'm going to just one more question is also just the one thing, the K9 unit is a great success. You've got a lot of rewards and a lot of dividends, from the entries into the province and so on. And I just, how do you intend expanding the K9 unit, not to other areas, but to bolster it more because of the success rate that we are receiving? Of course, if you block them at the entries of the province with the drugs and firearms, half of your problem is one. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop there, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Van Voorhout.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, my question is on organigram. I just wanted to check with the department what are the reasons for the vacancy is and how long were they vacant, and have they, and additionally, could you provide information on the department's employment equity targets? I think it's a question that we ask when it's the annual report. I just want to check the senior top management positions. Is there any plans to increase representation of colored and African people in these roles? And then secondly, Chair, my second question is on page 30. I just want to check down filing complaints with the police ombudsman. How is the provincial government and the department taken actions to address substance abuse and drugs, which are said to be a key driver of crime and violence in PNP? Additionally, who is responsible for implementing the firearms reduction strategy recommended in the 2021-2022 PNP, and what is the current progress towards its implementation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My question will be on page 30 under the drivers of crime. The paragraph that speaks, while it is noted that there are many drivers of crime nationally in the Western Cape, the proliferation of firearms and organized crime in the form of gangs, extortion, records, and substance abuse. What I want to ask, Chair, is that what is the department's role in combating these crime drivers in the Western Cape, including firearms, proliferation, organized crime, gangs, extortion, substance abuse, poverty, and unemployment? Does the safety plan have any specific measures to restrict illegal firearms access and curb the supply of unlimited ammunition to gangs? Where do these gangs get the ammunition from? Chair, my second question will be on page 34 under paragraph 4. The second sentence, according to the Western Cape Government Gender-Based Violence Implementation Plan. I want to check, Chair, regarding the Western Cape Government GBV Implementation Plan. What is its contents and allocated budget? Additionally, what are the department's efforts to support SAPS in solving cold cases of GBV and femicide in the province? This includes cases such as the 2016 rape and murder of 19-year-old Snopolo Mafevuka in SST Town 2 Community Khayelitsha, and the 2022 rape and murder of a 5-year-old Mia Buta in Drakenstein. My third question, Chair, will be on page 36 under key policy developments, where the department continued with the preparatory for work review. I want to check, Chair, how far is the process from completion? And then, Chair, on page 39, paragraph 2, CPFs were invited to apply for safety projects. Chair, what I want to check here is what is the CPF's total budget? Has it ever been fully used or depleted in any particular year in the sixth administration? Secondly, Chair, why does the project funding increase to 10,000 when CPFs collaborate with neighborhood watchers? What were the reasons given by the CPF that did not choose to partner with the neighborhood watchers? My last question, Chair, will be on page 41, the last sentence. A total of 28 gang members of the neighborhood watch structures were trained to become first responders. How effective has this been, Chair? And when can we anticipate a full rollout to all neighborhood watcher structures? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Pretorius, please go ahead.
Chair, thank you. Chair, page 75 to the at the bottom, a reference is made to the Tulare judgment. I think the Premier yesterday also referred to it. And specifically focusing on the capturing of members of the police force. I would just like to know, are there any plans, programs in place to identify this and to try and eradicate it? I know it's not going to be possible to eradicate it, but how do we address this when we become aware of it? If we can just get a sense of that, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD. I'll hand over to you in the department.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Between myself, the HOD, and colleagues, we will handle the questions. The initial one with regards to devolution. I will open the Constitution, and the Constitution says 206. 4 says a provincial executive is responsible for policing functions. A provincial executive is responsible for policing functions. C of the Constitution, 206(4)(c) says allocated to it in the national policing policy. The Constitution and the drafters of the Constitution foresaw that policing powers could ultimately be allocated to a provincial executive. I will read it again, 206. Let me start by 206. Number 1. A member of cabinet must be responsible for policing and must determine national policing policy. So that is the National Minister of Police. But 4 of 206 ultimately says a provincial executive is responsible for policing functions. As a Western Cape government, and reverberations in other provinces now is that many, not many, at least 3, are mulling the idea about policing functions at a provincial executive level, because C says allocated to it in terms of the national policing policy. I make that reference to answer Member Bartman directly. The devolution call is continuing. What we have seen, and over the last 2 weeks, and I don't want to boast, but out of the 4 national policing policy engagements, I was apparently, according to the Surveillance Secretariat, the only MEC that even actively engaged, that was present. So I engaged with the Surveillance Secretariat, who has been mandated by the National Minister of Police to undertake engagements with provinces in terms of national policing policy. In that engagement, we again made it very clear, and we were together with stakeholders, including experts, including CPFs and neighborhood watchers, that the allocation of functions to the province will be another call that this Western Cape government will make. Colleagues, it is very clear that we are heading into a certain direction. Other provinces have visited us to do benchmark exercises and tests, and 2064C of the Constitution, in all likelihood, will ultimately be realized in our country, considering the dynamics that we are seeing that is playing out during elections, etc. And as a province, if I can make the following remark even, just imagine, Chairperson, as a province, even the disciplinary functions that is currently internal in the South African Police Service. Just imagine if that function is allocated to us as a department. We would be able to ensure that it's actually independent. We would actually be able to be sure that those officials that deal with those matters are actually competent and actually prepared and ready, so that stronger messages can be sent that any person facing internal disciplinary processes within the South African, within the SAPS will not just get off easily, but the system will actually work that if he or she violated their oath, didn't do their work, there must be repercussions. And that's part of functions that we as a Western Cape government will ultimately be able to undertake. The costing is extremely tricky. And I can confirm that we have concluded our format and how it will look. We are presenting to the Premier in the next couple of days to ultimately indicate to the Premier how SAPS could potentially look under a Western Cape government. The other aspect is, and to bring colleagues in, is that there's two components to the SAPS budget. The one component is the cost of employment, which is your biggest slice of the cake, and that slice is directly derived from the national coffers. But SAPS in our province would ultimately have what we call an operational budget. So the operational budget will have certain components from crime prevention to other particular matters, and that budget will sit and be managed by the PC and by SAPS at a provincial level. But the entire cost of employment comes all the way from the national coffers. So the costing will be a bit trickier. So that if the cost employment and the allocated amount of the granted establishment can still flow to the province so that those SAPS members are paid, but the operational budget will be able to then potentially be managed under a devolution framework by a province and closer working relationships. And one day, I firmly believe in the near future, Gauteng colleagues, KZN colleagues will publicly echo this new policing model. They might not call it devolution. And I'm even in-house speaking to colleagues that devolution has become a swear word. Like you are wanting to take power away from someone else. We are not wanting to do that. We want the responsibility. We are wanting to see that the powers actually is closer to the people. And who knows, people on the other side of this house might one day also call for policing powers to be devolved, depending on how people vote next year. And the drafters, like I've indicated, the drafters of the Constitution visaged that this is a real possibility. And if I can say for the record as well, in CODESA, the ultimate discussions was about having policing powers at a provincial level. But colleagues in this house will also be aware that KZN was a stumbling block. KZN was a stumbling block as a result of the political dynamics that occurred during 1990 and 1994 in KZN. And CODESA decided it would have been at that time better to have all the policing powers at the national level. But then 2064C wasn't just slipped into the Constitution. It's there for a specific reason. If I can speak to the K9 unit, the K9 unit isn't my idea. The K9 unit was Premier Alan Windy's idea in 2018 when he served in this particular position, when we saw a 38% reduction in the K9 unit. And as such, we have now K9 units in the Swartland in the Overstrand, and most recently now in the Mossel Bay. We would want to ensure that there's even more canine units across our province, but the canine units are also working collaboratively in terms of the district safety forums. So even though it's in Swartland, there is cross-boundary work happening all the way to Machikama, to Saldanha, and to other areas, and the same in the Overstrand area as well. With the operational activation of the Mossel Bay one, I was in Mossel Bay that day, and I wanted to actually see the unit in Mossel Bay. And then when I called the district commissioner, the general within the South African Police Service, he confirmed that the Mossel Bay K9 unit was already doing a joint operation outside of the Mossel Bay municipal boundaries. So we have seen how that can actually contribute. And that's another sign of stepping in, stepping up. In terms of the LEAP challenges, the training of LEAP, we are so aware, and I'm not sure if I must be worried that Member Kama is actually listening to our conversations, because we are so aware that when we are investing as a province into LEAP, it does include the training of LEAP officers. So when we look at LEAP officers leaving the service, we do ultimately look at the reasons for that and what other opportunities they are ultimately taking up. But we are having those discussions with the South African Police Service. We are having those discussions with the City of Cape Town. But I will let the HOD and potentially David speak on it. I won't speak on the advice that the committee received on the powers bill, but I just want to remind colleagues in this house, we sitting here, we are the legislators, and we need to ultimately ensure that we table bills that will be in the best interest of the citizens. Do not ever allow anyone to take away your legislation powers. I want to make sure that you have those powers, because powers can ultimately ensure that we drag this province and this country forward. With regards to stolen firearms, it's also a discussion, and I will bring in David, who might have more information in that regard. But the stolen firearms is extremely tricky. There's three ways that we have seen that firearms are landing up in the hands of criminals. Number one is that if it is stolen from a South African Police Service member, if it is lost, or sadly, like we have seen in the recent months, a SAPS officer is brutally killed and the gun is stolen. That's essentially one way. The second way is when it is stolen, same sentiments, to private security, but also there is an element when private citizens are either losing their firearms. So it all contributes to the pool. And I've asked experts, I've asked SAPs, and no one could give me the exact amount of firearms. The same like the amount of gang members. It's very difficult, because if someone say there's 10 illegal firearms, then they must know where it is. So it's very difficult to answer that one question. But the strategy, and David will deal with the strategy. We have relaunched the reward system for the tip-off line, and neighborhood watchers have been sharing the information. CPFs have been sharing the information. But I'm sad actually to announce today that as of today, there's not been one case where the reward has actually been activated. And that's why I can understand the fear that many communities are also facing by giving a tip-off, knowing where the gun is. Because if you go to any community now where there's shootings, and I don't want to name them, but then the auntie in the road will tell you she knows who was shooting and who was running. But I will let David. Section 19 of the Community Safety Act allows us to obtain information from the South African Police Service with regards to firearms lost, and we look at the amount of disciplinary processes that was brought in. But this brings me back to the devolution and to the idea of even just having the disciplinary functions. Let me not say powers, the disciplinary functions. We get that report and we can interrogate the report and we can ask that certain measures be put in place, but the powers ultimately rest within the SAPs to implement those powers. So even though we get the information, even if we just had that function, that Section 19 report, we would then able to see how we deal with that one. The youth hubs, we are adamant to deal with a data-led approach, also looking at what economic development and finance release, considering that certain areas have a higher amount of young people that are unemployed. So it is about where the need is ultimately the greatest, but the HOD will give more clarity in that one. I do know Delft is on here again, en ek het my vrou in Delft gekry, maar as if for die reason, omdat Delft ook nou net it's not for that reason that I like Delft, that they have a hub and they have Leap. It's not for that reason. It's based on the sentiments and on the data and on the lack of social cohesion that we have seen in our surveys for the area of Delft. But the HOD might touch on that one. The contents of the GBV. That's a very good question, and I will encourage the member to please direct it directly to social development. I think that would be one part, but the HOD might give more clarity. Social development, the Premier has tasked to be the lead in terms of the gender-based violence. We do monitoring of the Domestic Violence Act. But I think the colleagues might want to ask about it. I was so sad last week, Member Barnes, considering that it is a year now, just last week, 2 weeks ago, of Tamia or Mia Bota's passing. And based on my discussions and engagements with a member of this House responsible for that area, we are looking at how that particular one matter is addressed. I've already written to the PC in that regard. With regards to the Mia Botha one, that if there's any cold cases that anyone is familiar with, if those matters can be brought to our attention and we can take it up with the South African Police Service. We don't have that investigative hours to ultimately ensure that these cases are dealt with, but in probing, in asking the right questions, we will be able to get answers. My office receives regular feedback from Advocate Bell's office. When we see something, or when we become aware of a matter, we direct that correspondence to the DPP's office and ask for clarity, because I wouldn't want to be seen as that we are overextending our reach. So I choose my words carefully. Can we get clarity? Instead of just wanting to, and then we get a detailed report on particular matters. Like, for example, if I can say here, as I close, the matter with Philippi Saps and Training College, we wrote because the prosecutor in that particular case did not want to prosecute the case. And we wrote to the DPP's office. She came back and gave us a detailed explanation on why the prosecutor was made that decision not to prosecute. And as far as I'm concerned, we were satisfied with that particular reply. So we keep these communication lines open so that we can ultimately work with all our stakeholders. On the neighborhood watch rollout, you will speak to that one because the HOD wants me to stop speaking. No. And then the capturing of members of SAPS involved with crime. It's one of the questions that we often have with the South African Police Service. So internal processes of SAPS, there's an internal inspectorate, and that inspectorate can undertake investigations, and they also undertake sting operations. Sadly, over the last financial year and this year under review, it has even led to specialized unit members being investigated and actually being arrested. Sadly, across specialized units that actually need to curb all these crimes, but that sits directly within the South African Police Service by the Judge Tulare matter and the feedback. Once I get the feedback, HOD, can we make sure that the chairpersons get the iPad report as soon as we get it, but as well as from the National Commissioner's desk, so that the committee could potentially invite the South African Police Service to also account on matters with regards to the infiltration or the penetration of SAPS by known gang members as indicated by Judge Tulare.
you, Minister. No, I did not want you to end. I'm not sure, Honourable Chair, whether I should answer the questions that Member Bartman posed when she returns. So just in Okay, just in terms of, I think Minister has covered the issue of the challenges, as Honourable Member Comm mentioned, in terms of training. And as LEAP officers are contract officers, they often do apply for permanent positions within the law enforcement component of the City of Cape Town. So there are training costs. However, we are engaged with the City of Cape Town to train the peace officers that are chrysalis graduates to become peace officers at a reduced cost or no cost, so that they are putting something back as well. And going forward, we're hoping to set up our own safety academy where the City of Cape Town then would train peace officers free of charge as well. Just in terms of, if I can go back then also to the questions posed by Member Bartman, Minister has already indicated we have already prepared a framework which we will present to the Premier. The framework does consider the incorporation of the current SAPS component within the province into the department. And then we also, in terms of the devolution framework, we also are considering not just SAPs, but looking at various levels of deployment. So they could be chrysalis graduates, us looking at the peace officers, law enforcement officers. The need and the response would be dependent on what the need is at various levels, because at times you would not require an officer with a firearm. Maybe you just require access control. And then we also have our security component within the department. How do we also fit that in? In terms of the supply chain management report, the reason why we've indicated it as a report is because there are so many aspects, and we can make that available because it includes the transactional information, it includes for example, the number of orders, the transactions process, any emergency procurement, the 30-day payment that we have to make, accruals, the capacity of a supply chain management unit, training, etc. And we found, and hopefully the AG can confirm that, we've put our supply chain management within our annual operational planning as well. And we found that our outcomes in terms of our AG report is also improved in that regard, because we're closely monitoring it, although we only feature the one report here in our APPs, but we can make that available as well. Just in terms of the law enforcement capability within the province, this is something, and Minister, you've also alluded to, other provinces are also looking at this. We've seen the crime wardens in Gauteng as well. How do you increase the capability in order to support the South African Police Service? And we've looked, as I indicated, on various approaches, looking at chrysalis graduates, peace officers, the K9 units, the law enforcement officers, so various levels of law enforcement capability. In terms of our K9 units, as Minister said, we have them now in the Mossel Bay, Overstrand, and Swartland. The model differs based on the capability of the municipality. There are some municipalities that are able to train their own dogs and have the handlers within the municipality, whereas in another model, you would have the dogs being hired. So it would depend on that particular municipality. We would like to see the dogs being trained by the dog handlers within the municipality, but that's not always what we're seeing on the ground. We'd like to encourage that. It's obviously a more expensive model then, because these dogs are quite expensive. Unfortunately, with cost containment measures, we were unable to roll it out, for example, in the central Karoo, because the N1 is a freeway we would like to be able to cover as well. Hopefully in the future, we would be able to do that. In terms of the firearms lost and stolen, Minister, you've spoken about that. We have a strategy together with the National Prosecuting Authority in terms of dealing with these firearm cases as well. There is a workshop that's going to take place where we're looking at the Prevention of Organised Crime Act, the POCA Act, on the 17th of November, where we will invite some experts in the judiciary as well to also reflect on how we could look at towards amendments of the Act, but then also look at how there could be better utilization by the SAPS and the NPA in terms of the Act. Currently, we know that these cases take years. I remember also with the terrible Justice case from 2012. It's a long process. How do we use it more, and how best that the NPA and SAPS can collaborate on that as well. In terms of the youth hubs, unfortunately, the youth hubs, as we indicated the areas, it is linked to the safety plan and murder stations. But should we have budgetary cuts, we may have to forego the youth hubs. We've been asked by Provincial Treasury now to cut our budget by 55 million. So, however, although the youth hubs, I mean, we were looking towards having those youth hubs, what we feel has greater impact, and we then decided if we have to choose, and if Chrysalis has a budget cut of 2 million or so, we would choose the community-based Chrysalis program. Now, we've rendered that in Atlantis as a pilot. We are going to be rolling out in Kraaifontein, budget permitting, because the youth, the 25 in Atlantis, then get accredited youth development training, so they become youth development officers, and the idea is for them, each of the 25, to reach out to a further 25 youth. As we know, Chrysalis has limitations in terms of budget, but also capacity in terms of accommodation, etc. Chrysalis can do 690 a year, but how do we reach more youth? So the idea was to take it to communities to be able to then have a much bigger number. And we said if we have to do a trade-off, we would choose the community-based program. We've also reprioritized our own budget to pay the EPWP stipend for those youth, of which we hadn't budgeted for or received budget. So we're hoping on that. We're also hoping that the sub-councils on municipal level get more involved and maybe cover that stipend for the youth that will be serving those communities. So we are hoping that we can do that. In terms of the LEAP, one of the LEAP focus areas is also on firearms as a driver of crime. So there are many LEAP successes. I must just check how many firearms have been recovered due to LEAP action. I know the last time I presented, it was 385. Maybe the colleagues can update me in terms of how many Okay, just under 700. So we've really improved. So LEAP officers have been involved in the confiscation of firearms of just under 700 firearms. So there is definitely an impact. In terms of GBV implementation, I think, Minister, you already indicated that it is led by the Department of Social Development. However, we have a role to play as well. As you know, and that's Becky and the team, we monitor SAPS's compliance to the Domestic Violence Act. Our court watching brief unit monitors gender-based violence cases. We have also, as already indicated, we've trained Neighborhood Watch members to be first responders, and with GBV, 28 members. However, this is also a pilot. We will measure the success, but then rolling it out to other Neighborhood Watch members would also be dependent on the Department of Social Development, because they are actually offering the training. We'd like to see Neighborhood Watch members become those first responders in terms of GBV. We'd also like to roll out mediation training across the province so that we are able to assist should there be unrest and protest action. I mean, we saw now with the burning of the building in Swellendam, the municipal offices, the Tusong Center. How do we train community members to actually handle mediation should there be issues that occur in a particular municipal area? Can there be mediation? But that is obviously going to come at a cost as well. We'd like to see that across municipalities or even at district level, so that mediation team can move between municipalities if there are issues that require some conflict management between government, which could be any level of government, as well as members of the public as well. With GBV as well, obviously our EPWP placements and of Chrysalis graduates, Chrysalis as well, focusing on gender-based violence and gender stereotyping, etc., as part of their curriculum as well. In terms of the total CPF budget, it is 900,000. We encourage CPFs and neighborhood watches to work together. We acknowledge they have different mandates, and that's why we've indicated 10,000, because at the end of the day, if you have community-based structures working together in support of safety, you are going to have a greater impact as well. CPFs not accessing our funding could vary. For example, there are some CPFs that have access to funding and they do not want money from the department. Some of the have access to, radios and drones, etc., and they're not dependent on our funding. So that could be a possible reason that they're not. Colleagues can expand if they'd like. In terms of the Judge Tulare's judgment, and as you indicated, member, we also, in terms of our report, indicate what the Ombudsman has done, but the Premier and the Minister have also launched the Eminent Persons Advisory Panel, which is made up of experts nationally. I must say, because some of the experts, although South African, are elsewhere in the world, and they will be deliberating on this matter and providing a report, but also they would write directly to other institutions and organizations, which could be the NPA, etc., the Public Protector, or anyone, or SARS, to give ideas on how that institution can also address the scourge of gangsterism that we faced with in the Western Cape. I'm not sure if any of the colleagues want to add, and I hope I covered all the questions in addition to Minister.
Would any of the other colleagues like to add?
Maybe just a question on SAPS firearms lost or stolen. Is 36 from the SAPS Western Cape and 2 from the municipal police, and then 16 were recovered, but not necessarily of those 36. It could be from previous years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, can I get an indication if there are?
Joyce, I didn't answer the question on employment equity.
Please go ahead.
I apologize for that. I'm sorry, in my notes here. So in terms of, yes, in terms of employment equity, if we look at Part D, the Part D contains the table. Let me just see where, on page 142, that there is the table on employment equity. Chair. 142.
145.
Employment equity. In terms of the various levels, just to say we have an employment equity plan. We do monitor the plan closely. There are quarterly reports on the plan, and also we have an employment equity forum. In terms of the SMS members, we are on track for 90% compliance. And that's also reflected in the report. And in terms of, I think, the vacancies, the 2 posts that are vacant, that question as well. So we have the posts have been vacant since 2021, unfortunately. We have advertised and interviewed more than once. However, we closed the processes because we were unable to make a suitable appointment, and because we think it's important to have the right people in these positions. In the case of the director position, the job evaluation reflected slightly differently when it was done to the advertisement that went out. And because we wanted to comply, we withdrew the advertisement. The director post is in the shortlisting phase, and the chief director post is going to be in an interview stage now. Honorable Chair, I think I've covered everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, can I get an indication if there are any other questions in that segment? Members Bartman, Windvogel and Barnes.
Thank you so much. My first question has become a comment because my chapter D has now been covered. I was counting in terms of coloured and African as well, and I see the total is 87% and coloured specific is 56. And when I looked at the payroll on page 80, you are well within your range, and that is quite remarkable as an extra achievement. On page 66 specifically, under table, okay, the table doesn't have a number, but I think it's table 2.3. No, apologies, table 4.2.2. The output number is 2.3.4 and 2.3.6 on page 66. Okay. So those particular indicators, and I'm sorry if I'm being very technical with the indicators. The first one deals with number of reports compiled on police stations assessed, and obviously you have reached all of that particular target. But is it not possible just to report on police stations assessed instead of number of reports of police stations assessed? Because your reports will then be 3. But if, for example, if you only have the capacity to assess 10 police stations a year, then we'd be able to see, for example, okay, did you assess 10 police stations this year or not? Because otherwise, each time I'm just going to have to go back to every single report, and there are quite a number of reports. I'm not sure if it's a national target that is being put in or if it's specifically the reason maybe for it. And then 2.3.6 deals with the number of reports regarding the police inefficiencies and systemic failures reported to SAPS as identified by the court watching briefs. And that's similarly if you could consider reporting on the number of police inefficiencies and systemic failures that you've dealt with through the court watching briefs instead of the amount of reports. So instead of 3, it might read 3,000, for example, that you're reporting on. But a question in this regard is, while you may be reporting this to SAPS, and we may be seeing this in the PNP, for example, do you also report this to the courts? Because I'm not sure whether this information might be interesting to, for example, the Chief Justice or the President of the respective High Court, whereas they might be identifying either similar things that you are identifying. Because I've sat and listened to court cases before, and judges are even more critical than we are, for example, in these chambers, where they will say that if you haven't gotten your documents in order, why are you before me? Why are you wasting the court's time? So in this regard, it might actually assist, not just speaking to SAPS, but speaking to maybe the Justice Department specifically, to say, how do we all work together to try and decrease administrative inefficiencies? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I think it's on page 40, Chair. Point of reference, the primary aim of the WCSP is to reduce murder rate by 2029. Is the murder rate reduction target achievable within the next 6 years? And then how far are we from achieving it? And can the department perform an independent impact assessment on the program to determine its effectiveness? Then my second question is also on the same page, paragraph 3. Point of reference, LEAP officers undergo a training for 77 days. Is the training adequate for handling the high level of violence crime in the province? And who conducted the training for LEAP officers, or is this function outsourced? And lastly, are all LEAP officers proficient with firearms? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just one clarity-seeking question where the HOD said a few minutes ago that the department doesn't have any investigating powers. I wanted to check, Chair, that yesterday, I think it was a briefing where the MEC said that investigators were deployed to the city. I just wanted to understand if the same legislation is applicable to that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the department.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to the department.
I thought you were going to answer all of them, Minister. Okay, now just in terms of questions, Member Bartman, in terms of the indicators, so 2.3.3 on that page is the national sector indicator. The reason why we say the number of police stations assessed, it's 151 in this financial year because we're doing a census project of all police stations, which we do every 5 years. However, we're looking at going forward, we may not assess 151, but assess those stations that actually need extra assessment of in terms of that. So we're looking at 50 in the next financial year, for example. So information that comes out from from the census project, but then also those in the murder stations and those where we receive complaints, etc. We would like to focus on those. So it's a little bit difficult to also then have a target because it could be, and then the AG would be probably on us for over and underachievement, because it could be that we would say 50, but we go ahead and do 70, depending on the need. We don't want to be, be limited in terms of what we have to do. And I think the same thing with the court watching briefs. We cannot determine the number of cases where we find inefficiencies. We go into a court, we look at matters that are withdrawn off the court roll. However, we have also started doing post-monitoring reports now, where we look at, we do have our reports going to the SAPS, the PC responds, there's action taking, including disciplinary action, matters get back on the roll, but we're actually looking now after the fact what is going on. In the past, we used to be part of the Criminal Proceedings Coordinating Committee that was chaired by the NPA, and we used to present and table our reports at that forum as well, and there being, then you have an opportunity to discuss it. However, I think it's important because those meetings have not taken place, that these reports are also sent to Advocate Bell so that they could see that. However, our team does not only submit reports to SAPS, but they also engage at court level as well. However, I do believe that that can be improved going forward, and I'm not sure if Director Similane wants to reflect on that. In terms of a LEAP, I think, David, you can come in terms of the training, the firearm training that LEAP officers are provided with are exactly the same as those that the SAPS officers also receive. David, do you want to come in there? And in terms of investigative powers, I know the initial safety plan made provision for 150 investigators, and I'm not sure, Member Barnes, if that's what you're referring to, but we have not funded any investigators of the City of Cape Town, just LEAP officers. David, maybe you want to add, and I'm not sure if Becky wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. So with regards to the training, it's done by the City of Cape Town. So the LEAP officer goes on a 77-day training course, and then he's also firearm competent when he comes out. We also train peace officers that are not firearm competent, but they go then on like a learnership, go and work in the field, and they can later evolve to a level of LEAP. That's what we do mostly with the Christus graduates. And there are about 230 of those trained. But then the LEAP officers are all firearm competent, trained by the City of Cape Town. And that's also then a CETA accredited training.
Sure, Member Christians has a follow-up.
But that 77 days, that sounds to me, I don't know. Do they only get 77 days to train them? Is that, I mean, I don't know. That for me is inadequate. What do they train?
So they go through a whole lot of modules. It's a Criminal Procedure Act, it's tactical survival, it's shooting. So there's a whole list. It's quite comprehensive. Normally, peace officer training is a 2-week process. If you outsource it, they quote you for 2 weeks. So the city's developed a quite good curriculum, and then it's also ongoing in-service training. So if you're going to look at the program and what they actually do, there is value in that training.
I see by the HOD's hand, she's going to offer to also share with us the training manual.
We submit more information on the training, Honorable Chair.
For 20 years ago when I was, or 30 years ago when I was a law enforcement officer, we did it for 6 months that time already. How can it be 77 days? I don't know.
Maybe we can take some of the members through the training as well, since it's only 77 days.
So we can definitely dig a little deeper into it. We can definitely look a little deeper into it and provide the information, but also the LEAP program and applicants is not someone that merely comes from the street. It's not someone that you merely pick up and then you train that person for X amount of days. So we look at the person, there's vetting that takes place to ensure that it is someone that can actually contribute towards law enforcement, but also the special training that ultimately is ongoing is not only about additional training, but street awareness, making sure that they are able to do combat training specifically for these areas as well. And those LEAP officers are working extremely hard in that regard, but it's not someone that just comes off the street.
Okay, we'll get that because I'm not convinced. We'll get that. Thank you.
Perfect. We will also do a practical then. Colleagues, Part C will be covered by the Public Accounts Committee, but can I now ask that we go from pages 125 to 249? Member Van Vogel, your hand is up for the first
Sorry
round.
for interrupting you. Perhaps I'm not sure if I missed the part, my first question, in terms of the target.
Repeat the question.
The primary aim of the WCSP is to reduce the murder rate.
So Member Van Vogel asked whether the target to reduce the murder rate is achievable and whether any independent metrics have been put in place to measure that.
I just want to make a correction, Chair. It's not two. We're ending at 172, not 249.
I'm also including the annexures and the financial information. Member Bartman has lots of sticky notes on that section.
I'll answer that particular question in one minute. There's never been any politician, as far as I can remember, in South Africa that actually added a number to the reductions that we are wanting to see. The Premier made that commitment that we are working towards reducing the murder rate by 50%. So no other politician has ever made that firm commitment to reduce it in that way. And we will work as hard as possible to realize it. I sincerely trust that everyone in this house will also work with us so that we can reduce the murder rate. And I trust that your hopes is that we will reach that particular target by 2029, so that more young people grow up, so that more people are safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Member Barnes. The first round in the next section, pages 125 to 172, inclusive of 173 to 249, if you want to ask about the financial information.
Chair, I didn't hear correctly. Where 125 to?
125 to 249. Member Pretorius will start us off.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just briefly, table 311 on page 130, personnel expenditure by program. I hope this is correct, that the personnel expenditure as percentage of total expenditure is 20%. If If this is correct, I'm quite delighted. This is good business. It's table 311 on page, the last table, well, the only table on page 130, Minister. With that in mind, and given the census statistics that were issued yesterday, and specifically with reference to the population growth in the Western Cape, will this province get more money to appoint more policemen since the population has grown significantly, and since you actually compare that 20%, if you compare that to the Department of the Premier's total expenditure on personnel is almost 35%, which doesn't make good business sense, but that's besides the point. And that's why, because it's so relatively low at 20%, isn't there room in a budget in a bigger province with more people to appoint more policemen with more money? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Christians.
Chair, do you want us to go into this annexures? I don't think we must go, because then we're going to be here forever.
Only if you have questions.
Okay, no, but I'll leave that out then. I'm going to leave that out. I'll leave that to Scopa to deal with. Okay, just this one question on the human resource. There was one question that I had. Is just the resignations? I think it's 17 and 15 supplied, or 18, 15 supplied that didn't supply their reasons, and 3 did. Yeah, it's 18 resignation on page 139. 18 resigned, and then you at the bottom says 15. No reasons provided, and then 3 a career change. Just a question, you know, and I don't know, but the exit interviews, doesn't it make provision for people leaving when you leave? So can they just, don't they have an exit interview? They just fill in a form to say, I'm leaving. I don't want to give a reason, because if you get those reasons, then maybe you can tackle some issues that you're not aware of. I'm not going to go into the other stuff. I just thought that's high. The other one is expiry of contracts. I'm not going to worry about that. That's just contracts. And then just the one dismissal for misconduct is 3. Was it so severe? The conduct so severe that they went through all the disciplinary, and then they resigned, the normal process. But I mean, you know, was there no other ways to retain that person? I'm just asking. I don't know the nature of it, but that is what I'm asking, because inefficiency is not. So, Chair, I'm just going to ask on that. There's others, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Bartman. Then Member Windvogel. Then Member Barnes. Then we're done.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on page 147, dealing with table 3.5.7, dealing with skills development. The particular skills I wanted to find out, what was the most sought after skills that were in this particular skills development by employees, and are they accredited? Is it non-accredited? I know not all programs are accredited, but more or less, what were employees of the department? What did they want most? Do we need to train people? Were they wanting to train in accounting or more operational? It's just a bit of an indication on what exactly people are preferring in this regard. Thank you.
Chair, my question, I just want to check, the department's table contradicts MEC.
Which table is that, member? And hopefully you're about to reference the correct MEC.
Are you going to allow me, Chair? I really need to ask this question. 58 is the reason why I didn't mention the page. I'm out of order now. 58. Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, the department's table contradicts MEC, or let's say our provincial minister. In the February reply to member Ban's question, which indicated only 73 CPFs received 600,000 in the year under review, and it's approximately 3.8 million over the last 4 fiscal years. Can the department clarify this inconsistency in the reported figures? And then lastly, what is the details of the clustered board that was funded? Why did other clusters not apply? 58, page 58.
You have to wait. Member Barnes first has to finish.
Thank you, Chair. Only 2 questions, Chair. The first one is on page 168D. Under the details of current and previous year irregular expenditure removed. Irregular expenditure not condoned and removed. My question is, Chair, I'd like to know if you can give us more details about this irregular expenditure. What was the money spent on and why the Provincial Treasury's Condonement Committee felt it was an irregular expenditure? That's on page 168. And then my last question, Chair, will be on page 172. Under 3.2 contract variations and expansions. It's Trigon Travel. What is the total number of contracts of the company Trigon Travel that was awarded by the department? Were these through an open tender? And also if the department can provide us with more details for the increase in the value of contract, especially the 2 which increased by 25 and 37,000. That's on page 172, 3.2.
Thank you very much. That is the round. Member Bartman, why is your hand up?
Chair, just a point of procedure. Chapters E and F are supposed to be dealt with by SCOPA. While I completely understand that, because I also have questions on other chapters that I might want answers to in SCOPA, and I'm sure the SCOPA members also want answers, but it is 3 minutes to 1, and there's also a member of the public that, okay, informally when I spoke to him, said they also wanted to ask a question still. So if we're still busy with B and D and still need to end, we're going to end up sitting here whole night if we're also going to deal with E and F as well.
Member Bartman, I'm not sure if you're following, but Member Barnes just asked the last question. So I'm not. Yes.
140.
Yes, because we said members can ask up until page 249. Yes, it's generally dealt with SCOPA, but we do open it up in this committee as well. The previous chairperson did it quite successfully as well. So that was the last question. I will be giving an opportunity to members of the public as well. But just to note that if we don't finish in our allocated time, we will come back this evening after SCOPA.
After 6.
I will hand over to the department. So just remember the department's also coming back, so they'll be brief in their responses.
Thank you so much. As a department, we will want to come back again and again because we appreciate the engagement with this committee. I am going to make sure that from my office side, together with the HOD, that we will look into the parliamentary reply. If I can get the parliamentary reply question to ascertain the time period that we are referring to. This would be under the period for the financial year 2022 to 2023, so that we can look at that discrepancy. I would never want any discrepancies to actually feature, so we will definitely make sure that we look into that one. Thank you.
I can just attempt to answer some of the other questions. So the dismissals, the 3 dismissals that Honourable Member Christians asked about, 2 of them were in the former ministry. So that matter was dealt with, and then the other was also a serious matter of insubordination and not physical, but attacks against personnel. And we, so that was the 3 dismissals. In terms of the reasons for the resignations, the staff member has a choice as to whether to participate in an exit interview or not. Some left for better opportunities. Others, I'm thinking about at least one person there. We were busy with the investigations, and retirement. So it could be various reasons. In terms of the skills development, we are able to provide that information. We don't have it, Honourable Chair, here in terms of what were the most sought after skills. We can provide that as well. In terms of the expenditure, CFO, maybe you can come in there, please, of that 3,000 that was not condoned. I can't remember off the top of my head as well on those two questions. And then in terms of the contracts as well, in terms of the increase, if I think about an increase, for example, in the catering, we did conduct our policing needs and priority engagements, our rural safety summits. So initially we would have confirmation of numbers, but at times you would get some individuals that would indicate that they want to attend, and then we would have to look at trying to cater, because we want as much participation and community engagement as possible. CFO, maybe you can come in with more details. Thank you.
Thank you, actually. So yes, the Short Dragon contract is a single contract. It was given out to tender during the previous financial year. And what you see in the table is different transactions on the one tender that we have. The service provider provides us with conferencing and accommodation services. And as HUD explained, is the expansion on each and every order number that you see there is invariably when we engage the communities. And even though the department asks for RSVPs prior to the event taking place, invariably there's more participants that arrive. And as a result of that, the service provider incurs more cost in providing for those additional people, and that's why the variation is there. Actually, on the 3,000, I also can't think off the top of my head. We can get that answer. What that case was about.
If I may, from what we can see in the tables, it was one of the matters where the department actually considered a transaction to be irregular, but the Working Committee of Treasury did not agree. So the recommendation was that it not be condoned, because they did not agree that it is irregular, and therefore it was removed.
Indicate we can provide the details of that. We just can't remember off the top of our head, but we are on the side of rather considering it as irregular until we hear otherwise. And also with the catering, as the CFO has indicated, we also are on the side of lower numbers until we get confirmation of more peoples to also ensure that we don't have wasteful expenditure.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Can I just check, are there any members of the public here who'd like to ask a specific question to the department? Sir, if you could just introduce yourself and then pose your question.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Linda. My surname is Peter. I'm from Kraaifontein, particularly the area called by Blue Combos, Ward 101. Thank you to have this opportunity to part of this section in Parliament. And no, I'm listening the report, but my concern I have is particular in Kraaifontein. Kraaifontein, day by day, there is a murder. Day by day, there is a rape. But I didn't understanding here in Parliament, particularly for the Department of Safety, what are the measures it can put in place. Because if you check, I see in the weekend, the law enforcement police, they driving with the national police. But if you check in our area, it's only they took in the houses those member of public or member of communities, they selling one case of beer. Only they see in my area. But if you check the end of the day, there is a murder of other corner, there is a rape, other those things. I don't know in terms of the code of conduct they're supposed to do in when they went to our area. Number two, there is a current happening in the criminality in our area currently, even now. They're supposed to build a primary and high school called by a Blue Ridge in Wallaston. But there is a wrong criminality happening in our area. The city of Cape Town is not go there. The national police also does not go there. I was so very sad when I heard one of the person they get opportunity to make sure that project is happening. Said Mr. Peter didn't get a supporting from the law enforcement, from the police to make sure that that criminality is not happening because they know who the person they do that criminality. Till myself going to Human Rights Commission to intervene to make sure that our area, number one, is not as allowed to take those wrong by doing in the criminality, but there is a law enforcement. If you see in this province, if one of our people, they took a stand to want to sell the cabbage or the apple, the law enforcement, they chase away. But if the criminality is happening, never came, I don't know why. So I'm glad now there is a minister in this, our province. I don't know the offices how to make sure that our area is more safety like other area, like a middle class. There is a good things I see even here in Cape Town, let's say in CBD. There is a cameras, there is a 24/7 law enforcement, but go to our area. Why is not implementing the CCTV cameras? Why is not even implementing a proper neighborhood watch, a proper safety for our kids, for a member of community, irrespective which government? But there is a member of this country voting, whatever voting which government, but the government you must be follow in our constitution in this country. I'm glad when listen the minister said when they talk always quoting by the CODESA, but yes, there is a CODESA negotiation, but there is a constitution you must be all of us follow, particularly when there is a problem in our communities. But I want to hear in this parliament, what is the measure in Cryfonde? Because if I see, including in this document, Cryfonde, I think is top 3 or top 3 in murder. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. Minister, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to reply in twofold, and I sincerely trust that you will agree to point number 2. I sincerely trust. If not, we can dig a little deeper. Point number 2 is that I would want to ensure that the two of us have lunch. You have taken the time to be here. You have taken the time to raise your views. I would love for us to have lunch. I can make sure that the office call you directly and we can set that up as soon as possible. To also say thank you as a community member, you are coming all the way from Kraaifontein to be here. That is point number 2. If you agree to that, I would want that to happen. Point number 1, to briefly then discuss that we have seen, for example, in the last quarter, and we see it every quarter on quarter, that Kraaifontein is seeing reductions in murder. In the last quarter, in the entire year, it was 28% reduction, but for the last quarter, it was a 46% reduction. I say that knowing that even if it was 100% reduction in the murder rate, many people will still feel unsafe. Many people will not feel secure. So I'm wanting to say on the one hand, yes, we are seeing Kraaifontein is one of the areas where we are seeing steady progress in the reduction of murders. We are also seeing in Kraaifontein specifically with regards to the area that you mentioned, Bloekenbos, and then Wallerstein, contributing to almost 60% of all the crime that happens in the Kraaifontein area is between those two areas. So I can fully understand where you are coming from and what you're advocating for. I can make sure that we have the continued engagement with the councillor. The cameras is a very good point because those are matters that we also put in front of the councillor in terms of the city of Cape Town. And then I would want to make sure that if you give me information on a vehicle number, so that we can ultimately see if it is actual law enforcement officers doing by law enforcement or if it is LEAP officers, because we wouldn't want our LEAP officers to get involved in what you have indicated you are seeing law enforcement officers are doing. LEAP has a clear mandate. They know what they are needing to do, but by law enforcement in terms of goods being sold, that would be more of a law enforcement matter, and it might not be the LEAP program. I trust it's not a LEAP program per se, but I would love for us to have a conversation around Kraaifontein, because we are wanting to ensure that there is even more neighborhood watch members actively involved in Kraaifontein. We work closely with the sector commanders, and how it works is that even if a neighborhood watch is in Bloekenbos, if something happens, because then you become the eyes and ears in the community, you become aware of certain matters, or you see people are committing any crime, you are able to feed that directly to a sector commander. So that sector commander can ultimately make sure that there is action. And it works in a proactive way where you can alert them beforehand, but also if there's a reaction that is needed. So whatever reaction is needed, because that reaction time is also very important. I would be more than happy to have that engagement with you, and then depending on what the chairperson say, or if you say, if you say I must go eat alone, then that's also fine. But then we can dig a little deeper in. And I sincerely trust that you are part of a neighborhood watch already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peters. So I think you're getting 2 opportunities at lunch, because right after this, there'll be lunch and the minister can probably sit with you there. And then he's taking you for lunch as well, he said.
Second one.
That's what I heard. With that said, you're no longer a member of the committee, so it will be irregular expenditure if we spend money on you, I'm afraid. With that said, I'm going to hand over to both the HND and the minister within a minute or so. If you could make your closing remarks, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think thank you again for this opportunity for us to account to you. It's always pleasing for us to be here because it also makes us think about how we can be better and do better in serving the residents of the Western Cape. Thank you, Chair. Just also to thank the team. If I can also thank the team that's present here, the senior management team, as well as all officials of the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you so much. Baie dankie to each and every colleague, every member of the committee. It does help us. It does help us. I want to also express my sincere thanks to everyone sitting this side. I'm on the record for saying that the people that did like me the most is the people sitting here, because we have stretched ourselves and we have said to ourselves, we are needing to do more. We are needing to ensure that we can not only reach our targets and the mandate that we have, but we have had difficult conversations. And then after those difficult conversations, we are always on the same page. We are not only moaning and going on about SAPs, we are looking internally as well. So thank you so much. And lunch is not on me for today, but we will be in the... But baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Members, we're just going to ask our procedural officer just to highlight those resolutions that have been taken. And if you can just check if there's any that you'd like to add. You are also welcome if something comes to you afterwards. Please just send it through to Wasim before the end of today so we can include that in our report. Wasim?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to everyone. With regards to the Western Cape Police Ombudsman discussion, the committee requested a breakdown of the 520 complaints received, more specifically of the cases pertaining to alleged failure by the SAPS to close known drug houses and the SAPS's failure to address kidnapping and extortion cases in the Western Cape. And the chairperson conveyed a recommendation that the committee invites the South African Police Service to respond or present on how it responds, or rather to present and how it responds to the findings and reports submitted to them by the Ombudsman. With regards to the Western Cape Legal Authority, the committee requested a comparative breakdown of inspections conducted in township and rural areas to those conducted at established businesses. And with regards to the department, with reference to the department's annual report on pages 58, paragraph 5, to provide the number of people that attended the 89 neighborhood watch training and capacitation sessions. With reference to the department's annual report, page 59, paragraph 2, provide the number of neighborhood watch structures that received first responder training, a breakdown of the curriculum of the 77-day training program given to law enforcement advancement plan officers, and also feedback on the 3,000, was it 3,000 condoned in the year under review. The first 2 points were forwarded to me by Honorable Bartman. Thank you, Chair.
Members, so if there are any other resolutions, please send them to Wasim or myself before the close of business today. With that said, the HAD has something to sure.
Yeah, just the question on the 3,000 rand. It was an official that that was supposed to attend training, however, was unable to do so. We've declared it as such, but then the official attended the training at a later date, so therefore it was then removed. Thank you, Chair.
So that one can be removed because it's been answered. With that said, colleagues, thank you very much for your time and your participation today. Lunch is being served in the members' dining hall. Meeting is adjourned.